Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossovers powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Boys, we had the double bang in there because there was an off-air zinger.
From Nick Grimm, of all people.
Grimm.
I do it sometimes.
That's
I've gotten
so
banged more than you have.
Well, no, you're building cars right now.
Car.
Give him a bang now.
Got him.
Everyone, no one's surprised when Matt gets a bang. That happens all the time.
All you have to do is show somebody your new shoes, and apparently you're in.
She was all over it. She asked me for it.
Yeah, this was an interesting conversation because, young
Matt is a strapping, young, handsome man.
Hop along here comes limping out.
He went
Josh
to the
and
store specifically to buy walking shoes.
And so what does he
I did
buy?
not.
Oh.
Well, anyway, he doesn't have a good pair of walking shoes. Josh has told him about the need for good walking shoes.
Very important.
with his current
plantar's fasciitis.
gimp situation.
His fascia hurts.
And he comes limping out, and he's like, "How'd you describe it?"
What do you mean?
Just now? You talking about
No, when you were out there, you said something about
I'm like treading water.
you're
Right
treading
now.
water because it's not getting any better.
But it's not
to
getting.
which Josh said, "Well, yeah, because you're not wearing good walking shoes." And then we reminded you that the last time you bought shoes was literally 3 days ago.
You guys are.
You bought the worst pair of walking shoes known to man.
Literally.
Yeah.
You guys are going to laugh at me, but this is the truth. This is how I'm going through this. So I ran cross country junior year of high school.
Okay.
And I ran on those shoes for about 2 weeks. They're a blue pair of Mizunos that are fit to my feet. And I ran on those for 2 weeks before I quit cross country because I had to pick between cross country or hockey. And so those shoes have not been used, have not been touched, have not been worn. They're in perfectly fine condition. And so I'm just having my mom send those to me, and those will be my walking shoes.
Okay.
And my feet have not gotten any bigger since junior year of high school.
Okay.
I've been a size 10 shoe since I was like 15.
Okay.
My feet grew fast.
Okay.
And then nothing else. Well, some other things did, but I didn't get any tall. What? I got my ears got bigger and I started growing hair.
Oh, that's what you meant.
That's what I was saying.
No, the other thing stayed small.
Beringer fan writes, who were the dorks on the 1620 the van at Cinco de Mayo parade?
I don't know.
Dork.
There was no 1620 van and nobody was on it.
Okay.
There was somebody driving it.
So was that you?
No, Peter was driving.
So
Peter's the dork.
Peter and you were the dorks?
I wasn't even in
I wasn't
the truck.
even there.
Wow.
I was giving
Don't call
popsicles to
Peter
people.
don't call Peter a dork.
I was gonna do that, but I hurt my foot. And I totally would have been there at the Cinco de
By the
Mayo.
way,
I had to go to a fundraiser on Saturday morning. I couldn't make
Oh,
it.
I'm sure.
I swear to God. Swear to God.
Okay, that's fine.
Swear to God.
Speaking of the Peter
I'm not gonna
Man,
press you.
Speaking of the Peter Man, that was kind of an interesting little story he was telling us about learning of the tornado warning last night. All of a sudden, right in the middle of the storms, the 1620, the chain started.
Mhm.
And I guess Peter was at the
A movie called Obsession.
Obsession.
A new horror movie.
A new horror movie, and apparently, like in the middle of an intense scene, everyone's phones start going.
That's so tough.
That would really be freaky.
If like the horror movie like came outside of the screen, yeah, that'd be
Well,
kinda
no,
wild.
but if there was
seeing
a
that this
way,
weekend.
if
That
there
would
was a
be-
way
that
that
would
the
be great,
producers
yeah.
of the movie
to
put
trigger
some
the phone.
Yes, put some kind of silent tone in the movie that triggered the phones of the. Now that would be highly illegal,
Mm.
but
Remember the fake missile from Hawaii?
I do remember
That
the
was
fake missile.
crazy.
There's a missile coming. Duck and cover.
Didn't Jim Carrey
Kiss your
write a
butts
whole
goodbye.
book? He wrote a whole book about it.
Jim Carrey?
Yeah,
The
look-
actor?
Look it up. He wrote a whole book about him. He was in Hawaii when it all happened.
I listened to a podcast about Truman Show
That's worth a-
yesterday.
That's
Yeah.
worth a
That's
book.
our,
He wrote a whole book on it.
Kenneth writes in the YouTube chat, wow, it's been entirely too long since I've seen Matt and Josh in the same room together.
Yes, it has.
It's been many hours.
Nick, could you please tell us your findings?
Sorry, what?
Your findings on the Jim Carrey book?
Yeah. He thought he was gonna die.
He
Wait,
wrote,
he
a whole,
wrote a book?
he
Okay.
wrote a whole book about it.
No, my
I'm
guess
not
is,
seeing anything about the book. I'm just seeing him telling the story about it.
my guess is he wrote a book about himself and he probably mentioned this for a page. You don't think he wrote a whole book about the?
When you find out you're
Yeah,
about
I'm
to
just
die
finding
and then you
video.
don't end up dying, it seems like a life-changing
Okay.
experience.
So I think it's a story in his overall like
Thank you.
memoir.
That's exactly
It's
what
not
I
a
was
whole
saying.
book on that.
Sorry, guys. My apologies.
I forgive you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I'm just Mick apology at this point.
All right,
Mick
here we go.
apologizing.
Okay,
I
memoirs.
mean, that would be like a certain book that Josh has read, and it's all about him failing art school.
Yeah, or
Wrong.
like,
But it
you know
really
what?
wasn't.
Josh would enjoy a book about going to a bunker, and going to that bunker and then like everything happening in that bunker and the lead up to everything that happened to what led to being in the bunker.
There was only one
definitely
bang in that
sounds
bunker.
like a Josh Peterson type of book.
So this book is called Memoirs and Misinformation. It's actually
sounds like a book that Josh may have read.
wrong.
Yes.
It's actually a novel. It's not even. It's semi-biographical,
Okay.
but it is also a novel. And yes, it doesn't even mention Hawaii in the 4 paragraphs of like setup. So Matt, wrong yet again. We
on
need
the-
to have a meeting about this. You're letting us
We're gonna have to
down.
rename it the Matt Fact.
Yeah, seriously, you're taking over.
Mick fact.
All right, I'll
Mick
take
I'm-
it.
Mick Fact.
I'm reading a Reddit thread about this video of this interview part, and somebody says, I still think about that one guy who texted his crush he liked her for his final moments. She texted back saying she felt the same way, only to reply back 8 minutes later saying that she was lying just to make him feel good before the missiles hit. And she didn't like him at all.
Tough.
Wow.
Wow.
Tough.
If there was ever one that deserved to be put on a missile, it
I'm
would
going to be
that
real with you.
person.
What is the girl supposed to do?
Ignore it. You
Ignore
don't have to
it.
respond. If you think you're going to die, you don't have to respond.
That's true.
Well, now the key was: did she know that?
I think the
Did
context
she
was
feel like she? I mean, was she aware of the
no.
whole
The
deal?
the context was
He probably-
provided. I am going to die.
Yeah, that I figured. that
I
was
am.
like-
I am done.
Yeah, I also assume that she, I guess I don't know.
do we think she's lying, or do we think that she was?
Or
Was
is
she
this just a
initially
typical
lying?
Reddit thread? where
No,
it's
she
not
admitted to
true?
initially lying.
No, but here's my question: was she actually initially lying, or did she decide to lie afterwards because she's in a relationship and didn't want to sully the current relationship with her
I
her-
that's a great question.
whomever? Like, have you ever seen? Has anyone in this room ever seen Almost Famous?
Yes, a long time ago.
Okay, so there's this That's a great movie.
It is. They all
John,
sing
you
Tiny Dancer
Have you
together.
ever seen Almost Famous? Pick that for
Uh,
movie club.
Wasn't that the
who's in it?
Star is Born movie? Isn't that
No,
what?
that's
No.
the Stars. A
yeah,
Stars.
that's called A Star Is Born.
You pretty much got there. But almost
Same movie.
Almost Famous is about this teenager who ends up following a band around based on again semi-autographic blah blah blah. Anyway, Cameron Crowe. And so Matt, listen, there's a plane and it is going down.
Oh, no.
And then all these people start saying all these things to each other. Oh man, I loved you, and why didn't you do? And then the plane, everything's fine. And meanwhile, somebody just came out of the closet too, and everybody sat there very uncomfortable. So
There was a Shane Gillis.
highly recommend that movie.
There was a Shane Gillis
Autobiographical. That's the word.
sketch that was that too. He started encouraging everybody on the plane to start saying terrible things to people.
And then
They all were like, "Oh, the plane's gonna be fine." And everybody was mad.
Mm.
I was like, "Damn it! Why didn't this crash?"
Dag nabbit.
That'd be tough if you told someone you loved them and then they said I loved you, and then they're like, just kidding.
Yeah, after the all clear. It's like,
Yes,
Well,
So-
once again, the girl I think is just trying to be nice to me. Like the guy's gonna die, I should make him feel good in his last
Again,
moments.
don't have to respond. Just
yeah,
let the person
you
die.
could just ignore that.
Just let the person die.
They're about to be dead.
I think
Why
that's
do you
a
have
tough.
to care?
I don't think you're ever prepared for that moment. If I'm being honest,
I guess so.
This almost sounds like it could have been an episode of
Curb. This is an episode of Curb.
That's true.
where you text someone with the context
Why do I have
of
to respond?
I'm on my
Larry, say
deathbed.
something. Larry, say something.
Lair. Yeah, that's true. I guess, yeah, you're right. I probably would respond if somebody was like, I loved you. Would I say I loved you?
No,
back?
that would be awkward. You're a married man right
Yeah.
now in a very happy relationship. Also, it'd be very awkward for somebody to tell you that they are in love with you after you've been in such a long relationship with your wife.
Are we sure that the person, this woman who received the message, wasn't also married?
I'm assuming. I'm just going with the assumption these are two single people.
Why?
I don't think I would ever.
I don't know.
I don't know if somebody was like married to somebody or dating somebody, and I was in love with them. I don't know if
That
I would
happens
reveal to them
All the
that.
time. I
You're
watched,
about to die. What's he gonna do? Kick your ass?
yeah, I watched an episode of Mad Men last
No.
night where this woman told a character, she told Roger, his old fling from back in the day, she was like, I should have married you. And he's like, I don't know what to do with this information. So it happens all the time.
Yeah.
If
like,
you're about to
cool,
die.
but-
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
This
I
person
haven't.
thinks they're about to die. They're not thinking about my
Yeah,
relationship.
well, we're talking about
status.
things that I have no experience with. Okay,
Well, you'll find love eventually, just not while showing a pair of Air Jordans you bought.
I wasn't trying to find love. The woman asked me, "Could I see your shoes?"
Wow, the way he said the woman.
The woman.
Yeah,
Yikes.
what I was supposed to say? The chick,
Yikes! This is getting worse.
The server.
I wish we could
The
we could have a
waitress,
full
the waitress.
conversation regarding these shoes and their ability.
Hey,
to
she kept coming back up
create
to me to
great
talk to me.
powers.
All right, she wasn't taking my order for that long. She clearly enjoyed the conversation we
Didn't
were
Big
Have
having.
you
Hello?
considered that maybe that's her job?
Have you ever considered that maybe
Yeah.
I'm a hunk and I'm actually attractive?
No.
Okay.
I think that's her job, though.
Yeah. Didn't Bigelow like not even get to order because
she
he
didn't
wouldn't-
get she skipped over
'cause you
Bigelow's
wouldn't
order.
Shut up about your damn shoes.
No, because she kept talking to me. All right.
Interesting.
Maybe Bigelow should get some shoes so he can order.
What was the tip?
18% or 20%. 20% for so waiters and waitresses.
Wait a second. John writes in Equitable Bank inbox. We got two. Now he used the wrong form of two. So John, this is a tough look for you. He's tattling on you, but he used the wrong word. We got two more words that Matt has always gotten wrong today. He thought it was Jennifer Gardner, not Garner, which we were talking about off air.
Whatever.
And that it was Tupperware.
No.
What?
No. I was referring to something that like this was a bit that happened to somebody else.
Oh.
This comedian Chris
He goes to
DiStefano,
Canada. You've never met him.
Chris DiStefano or whatever was like, I thought it was Tupperware and not Tupperware.
But you know it's Tupperware.
I know it's Tupperware.
Okay.
I was just
Tupperware
explaining
though
the
sounds
story.
like an off-brand that Tommy Tuberville would use to help fundraise a campaign.
Banging the groove. Honestly,
Hey, come
Tupperware.
try my Tupperware. It's better than the other stuff.
It's
And
got
then
my
you find
face
out that
on
the
it.
lids don't work.
Honestly,
and it doesn't
Tupperware
seal.
seems like something you would name it that to just kind of get away with it with like in a store. It'd be like you go to those stores that sometimes have like off-brand Adidas where there's 4 stripes and you don't notice it until you look a little closer. It's
or like
it's Tupperware.
McDowell's
Or-
instead
or-
of McDonald's.
Bingo.
or it's the cereals. You know, you get the Panda Puffs. You know, and like
I always love those.
the honeycombs and
Yeah.
you know the
weird names.
yeah.
Chris Bryce.
Yes, exactly.
Chris Bryce.
I love Chris Bryce.
It's actually no, I was trying to what's an off-brand for Trix? It's actually
Trucks.
I believe it's called ass.
I like Trix.
I am not on the Fruit Loops and the tricks.
Well, it's because tricks are for
Blech.
kids, John.
Yes, and
Oh.
I'm an adult and I don't wear other
no, I
jerseys
have-
with other man's name on them. I'm so manly.
I've never said that.
No, that's severe. Yeah, Michael.
Yeah.
John
Do you
loves-
wear jerseys with other men's names on the back of them?
Yeah,
I, have,
PCA
I only
jersey,
own one, but I don't care if it does, as
Neither
long as
do
it's a
I.
player
Save
that
it
I
for
like.
Thursday, John.
Save it.
It's
We
a
need to
player
get you a
that I like.
PCA jersey just for the bit.
Does
Watch you
what?
wrap
that-
around.
Does that mean I have to start,
Swearing at
having-
people.
having temper tantrums when
I loved
every
it.
time I ground out?
I loved it. I loved that. He
Oh
yelled
no,
at
I
that
have no
woman.
problem yelling at White Sox fans. They're kind of low on the evolutionary chain.
I couldn't agree with you more. Like some people are like, "Oh my god, I'm so glad the rivalry is back," and I'm like, "I'm not. I liked crapping all over them. I like not having to worry about them. I liked having the 2 to 3 wins every single year. That was nice. That was always a drop
Did the
in the
White
can.
Sox win?
They won 2 of 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause that's tough. I thought the Cubs were good this year.
Yeah, we're
Are you bad now?
We're now losing the close games. We
we're in
once were
trouble.
winning.
We're in
yeah.
trouble.
and we're now the injuries are catching
This
up.
is
Got
this is
Frost.
this is the week. This is the week that will determine it because
Who you play
it's
this week?
about this time of year last year when the Brewers said, "Oh, we're good,"
Yeah.
and then just kicked it into gear,
I'm-
and then the Cubs just meddled around
And
and,
it's
meddled
about-
around and meddled around.
I'm really-
It's about this time every
I'm
year where
snuck
John
into the
starts to get
playoffs.
doomy about the Cubs.
well,
They have
we literally
lost
have
3 series
pitchers.
in a row.
We have 3 pitchers, 3 who have been
3.
healthy all season. The season is not even 2 months old.
Yeah.
We only have 3 pitchers
3
who have been healthy from the start to current.
Remember
So
the start of the baseball season, Nick?
I
I was
in.
in
5
Houston.
points baked, 3 pitchers.
Nice.
That's it. That's all we got.
All right. Sorry about the Cubs.
They're going to be fine. He's overreacting.
I'm going to a baseball
I'm not
game this week.
overreacting. I'm just
Nice.
telling you we're in a critical stretch.
What baseball game are you going
My
to?
Mariners are playing my Royals.
My Mariners.
Oh, here we go.
I'm going with
Mariners.
my wife and Stibbs and Jack. It's going to be a great time.
wow, so you're going to bring your Mariners friend and your Royals friend
And
this
his
game.
Royals wife.
and your
I'm
Royals
not
wife.
bringing them. We're going
Ri-
down and going to the game together.
Rissa's Royals?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, big time.
This-
yeah.
Oh, wow.
This is like a weird foursome. No
Well,
couples.
Stibbs got the tickets, and so it was 3. It was him and her and me, and then it was who should the fourth person be? And he was like, I'm going to ask Jack. And I said, that sounds fun to me.
Wow, that
Oh,
sucks.
that's true. It is father and son.
fun.
So
Yeah, exactly.
I feel left out.
Well, you're not a fan of those teams.
I can be a fan of trips.
Yeah.
I like trips.
Text Stibbs and say, why didn't you
text
invite me?
Stibbs and
Show
say-
Stibbs your new shoes.
Yeah,
Maybe
we
he'll
Well,
well,
like
you
it.
know,
photos
typically-
of our seats.
Like
too.
I'm just so used to
There we
not
go.
being invited places, that it's just kind of numb to me at this point.
invited to 2 things that I saw you at this weekend.
Yeah, but there's one that will always sting.
What, this baseball game?
No, I wanted to see Nick tie the knot
Oh yeah.
and
well.
say I do
But
on
you-
a Sunday night
Mhm.
or afternoon.
It was an afternoon.
Okay.
On Sunday afternoon.
yeah, but it was like a 3-minute long ceremony.
Yeah,
so.
it wasn't a very long
If you
ceremony.
blinked, you missed it.
Did you blink?
I wasn't there
he
in
missed
time.
You missed. You were
Well, I
late
was-
for his wedding. Wait,
He had a
I was
baseball
doing
game.
Yeah, he had
baseball.
baseball.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I was
He
never
doing a
intending
job.
to be at the wedding. just
And
to-
Josh was sick.
Post-game.
Unreal.
Sick,
I was very sick. I had the flu.
and you gave it to me, and then I gave it to my roommate.
Exactly. So why are you putting it in quotes?
My roommate got mad at me, and I was like, "Don't get mad at me. Get mad at Peterson. He was the one who was sick."
Yeah, it sucked.
That's not
I had to
good.
delay my marathon.
What
a
you
week.
guys get for kissing each other?
No, that's what I did with the waitress. Bang.
Did you?
No.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, she
Carol
probably
writes,
had thrown you out of the store.
Get the hint, Matt. Nick doesn't like you.
Well, that's mean.
I don't think there's a hint.
I don't
You're a
really-
lie detective.
I don't really feel any way about Matt.
Wow, I don't think about you at all.
Holy crap!
He's Ginsburg to
I've-
your Don Draper.
I've gotten
cut off your nipple, Matt.
I've
Give me your
gotten that
nipple.
text message way too many times. Holy Lord, what a flashback! I just got drawn back to Megan Tessier. Good Lord.
No, I like you,
Oh,
Matt. You're good.
And they didn't even need to fake being almost dead to do it.
No, they would
It
have.
was like, no, I'm going to live with these consequences,
I
and
would've-
I'm totally
I would
fine
have
with
told
it.
Megan, I'm about to die. I love you. And she would have been like, cool, I don't. See you later. See you in hell, loser.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's what she would have said.
I don't know.
Save me a spot next to Satan.
Wow. That's tough.
I was tough.
I like you, Matt.
Thank you, man. I
Mhm.
appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Need that more in my life,
Mhm.
hanging around Nick so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Can't win them all. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Clearly.
Wow. Carol adds, rumor has it actually, Nick doesn't like overweight people.
I do hate myself.
Okay. Dang it.
nice.
Got there before
Way
me.
to spin it back very quickly.
Mm.
Shoot.
Man, Carol really likes going after your weight there,
He likes
Matt.
going after my weight too. They, she,
Carol?
yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Carol better
It's
be
very
in
brutal.
shape. Like, Carol better be.
I thought you were meeting up with her.
written. Hell no.
Oh, okay.
God, no. Only, I don't know how to. No, I'm not going.
What
to,
if Carol
okay?
texted you, "Hey, a nuke is about to hit me"?
I actually love you.
Why would I go to then see her? Then that
Good point.
would mean that I would also die.
Excellent point.
I would just be like, "Thank you for listening.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for being a loyal listener."
I said that to Kenneth yesterday when I met him. I said, thank you for listening to the Grum.
I would say thank you. We're gonna miss your chats. Good luck in your future endeavors.
You said, I'm going to miss you in the YouTube chat.
Yes.
Mm,
Sorry, Carol.
Rip.
mm.
I mean, yeah. In Carol's case, it would be that. See, I got a Nick chuckle there. That's a really good chuckle.
That was
That's
pretty
a
good.
high quality chuckle to get. Is that a new zone hat? I've never seen you wear that number
No, that's-
before.
No, this is the first
Is that
zone
the
hat we
20th
ever got.
anniversary hat?
Yes, it's the 20th anniversary
That's a
hat.
hot hat.
I remember the shirts, the long sleeve red shirts with like the
Yes.
silver all over it.
I think I
Yeah.
donated that to the Goodwill.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the silver.
I wore mine.
I mean,
a
I
couple
get it was a
times.
silver anniversary, but they reminded me too much of those god awful Nebraska uniforms against Illinois.
What's a silver? Is that 25 years?
Silver is 25.
And then
But
gold.
this was the 20th anniversary.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Oh,
Tough
that's
look for
right.
our
Yeah,
So what is that,
was.
tungsten?
Never mind.
What is the 20th?
cobalt.
The 20th anniversary.
What is a
Stainless
bronze?
steel. Oh, John, I keep forgetting to tell you this. Thank you. For
China.
oh,
Oh,
China.
the
Sorry.
whole country?
You're wearing the-
Oh, so that's why Trump went over there
Nice.
for our 20th anniversary 6 years later.
I keep forgetting to tell you. Thank you for the
7 years
silverware,
later.
by the way.
Oh,
He
wow.
gifted us silverware for the
You got
wedding.
silverware?
Just rubbing it in some more.
You got forks and knives.
Do
for it?
you want to say
And spoons.
It was part of their little the
Registry.
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 Thank you.
Thank you for being one of the few people that actually go to our registry.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you-
Now,
why do you-
this is one thing about the modern wedding. I mean,
Just
the save
ignore
the date,
registries now.
the save the date, dumb. It'll always be dumb. But
Thank you.
the online registry
It's
where the
awesome.
couple goes through and picks out all the stuff that they would like. It's like their own wish list. And then you can go in and literally buy it. And then they deliver it to them. I don't have to gift wrap. I don't have to go to a store. I don't have to pick anything up. and I'm getting something that they actually said they wanted. That is smart use of the internet.
I got a
use
question.
those forks.
And I can't believe that other people didn't take advantage as I did.
Why do we have to gift for getting married? Why do I have to get you a gift for tying the knot?
Well, then why do we have to give a gift for birthdays or anniversaries or Christmas?
Well, Christmas is a holiday, and birthday is a
Well,
significance
this is
of
my-
life.
this is a
My marriage
holiday.
is now a holiday.
Yeah, it's their
Only because you make it a holiday.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
everybody makes everything
I
a
don't know.
holiday.
I'll always don't get me.
so they can start their life together.
Yeah,
I give cash. The
Well, I
two
mean-
winnings I've been to where I give a gift, I just give
Well,
cash.
and
It's the
cash
same-
is
you know, it's
fine,
the
too.
same thing. It's still a gift.
Yeah, it's a
but
gift.
It's like $40.
I love getting cash.
The idea behind this though was,
Sweet.
and I think did you get the message?
Yeah,
It's
something
something
about
about-
what's for dinner. It was really fun. It was a very cute message, John. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wrote something about now something about what's for dinner.
Very cute.
And then it
Very
was silverware. I
Wholesome
liked it.
John Bishop.
It's not wholesome. It was just
That's pretty wholesome.
I just thought it was a way to tie in, the show and the wedding and what they did.
Max writes, Matt, be quiet.
Oh.
Nick, did people lack in gift giving for your wedding or just not use the registry? This is a little worrying.
It was just mostly cash. There was a few
So
registry
wait, you didn't
gifts,
like
but it was
getting
mostly
cash?
It's not that I didn't like getting cash. It's just like people didn't like. There were other things that we could have used.
Well,
Then
why don't
use
you
the
just
cash.
cash.
Buying it
Buy
yourself.
it.
Yeah, you just use
The cash is
to
going
buy.
to a separate fund.
Okay.
It was funny though. Did you see the registry?
Yeah, I used it.
There was-
we got
there-
him the
Dutch oven.
Dutch oven.
There were some personal items in there. I believe wasn't there a remote car for you in there?
Yep.
Yeah, there were some toys in there.
I had a couple microphones in there.
What
Had
do
a
you have?
Switch 2.
What do you
There
had?
were a couple of toys in there.
Microphones?
Yeah,
Like for a podcast?
yeah,
Would you ask for it? Sure.
yeah.
Good Lord.
What was there, like a Nerf gun in there?
No, we're not big on Nerf guns.
I thought that was a little weird. I mean, I kind of think the gifts should be for the both of you.
You miss 100. There was stuff in there for her too.
Well,
You miss
I
100% of the
know.
shots you don't take.
I
I
understand.
mean, the
but-
idea with the registry is definitely always like put the really expensive stuff that you'll definitely never buy
Yeah.
or that you would rather not buy yourself. That is a solid idea.
George got me some really nice whiskey glasses. that were
Shout
on the
out to
registry.
George.
They're great.
I was so sad to miss George. Of all the things that I was sad about, first of all, I love free booze.
it had nothing to do with Nick.
I see Nick every
Supporting
day,
Nick.
but I haven't seen George in years, and I was going to tell him that I didn't get around to voting him in that podcast award that he DM'd me about. I was going
Yeah.
to say, sorry, I didn't vote for you in that podcast.
Didn't vote for you in the pod.
Yeah.
Mm.
Where's the remote at? I just
That's a
realized
good
that
question.
the TV is, we don't have a remote anymore?
I would have loved to.
That's
have
the
had
only
drinks
remote we
before.
have.
Well,
No,
did we fully switch to the YouTube now?
Yeah,
There you go.
I need the.
There you go.
That's
Oh.
the one.
Gotcha.
There we go.
I put it in my pocket.
There you go.
Why would you do that?
I just walked over here and I put it in my pocket.
Why would you put that remote in your pocket?
I put
Remotes don't go in pockets.
I put remotes in pockets all the time.
I did just realize something because eventually the first phase of the glorious move has taken place.
They actually moved out.
Our new room is now vacant.
And their new studio is right next to my desk. Awesome.
What's wrong with that?
It's just loud in the morning now. I'm like doing my
Oh.
prep. I'm prepping, and all I'm hearing
Well-
is about these people on a Disney cruise did
Yeah.
this.
You should have been
They
there.
got
I
You
was
hantavirus.
gonna
You
say
should have
they
been
got a
there back in
disease.
back in the day when Josh and I would sit out there and a certain station that's no longer in this building played a lot of loud music with a lot of gunshots in them.
John is not kidding.
I
It
am
was
not
so loud.
exaggerating.
It was
What?
so loud. That was when John and I started doing most of our prep from home.
Really?
It's just so loud back there.
It was
I
very
might
loud.
be-
Is this us, Omaha?
Yes.
No, we're at account.
I might start doing prep from home. I just, it's a fine radio show. It's just I'm working,
Do you not do most of your prep from home anyway?
No, he does it.
But
from-
anyway,
Well,
the point of it-
I do it differently. Like I
Well,
do
we
a
gotta
lot
get
of
these.
I do the preparation
know
of
what
like
we
the
need to
text
do?
message.
We gotta get
to
the
Josh
channels
Hodson at
organized.
home,
Yeah, yeah.
And then I know what the show is going to look like, and then I get to the office and then I write everything down in terms
Gotcha.
of thoughts and stats and new articles I read or whatever. So I would say that I do half at home and half here.
So we're now a YouTube TV family here.
We are. It's
Thank
great, isn't it?
God.
I love YouTube
At-
TV.
at
we need to
Usher
get we
Media.
need to get another box so we can plug it into that TV so we can have YouTube TV on multiple TVs.
True.
But so when you do you have a custom guide?
Oh yeah, I have all the sports channel. Well, I have the local channels at the top, and then I have all my.
Did
sports
we buy
stuff.
the sport package on the YouTube TV?
It sounds like that's all we did.
Oh,
I think we
really?
just bought the sports package.
Oh, so we're not going to be able to watch Star Wars whenever it's
Well,
airing
no,
on
but we can watch
not
FS2, FS1, MLB
Yeah.
TV,
See, like,
NHL TV.
I almost said
See, but I
Spike,
think
that
we
doesn't
get
make sense
like
anymore.
I think TBS and TNT.
Oh,
are
No, that all
folded
comes
in.
with it. That's
Very
all
funny.
standard. You got to go all the way down, like the ACC network, and so there it is. There it is. Oh,
No,
go back
I'm
up.
just trying to test to see if we have like okay, those are all of our channels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you that, like the Tennis Today and the
You want to
CBS
watch
Sports
wanna
Network.
watch the tennis today?
I'm saying that's all a part of the extra sports package.
Pretty cool.
You want to look? They're playing tennis. Men's
Awesome.
Sick is playing Struff.
Nice. Cool.
Oh, go down the.
What? What do you want to watch?
I want to watch the AFC wildcard
All right.
game, Buffalo versus
I'll watch some
Jacksonville
NFL with you.
Jaguars.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I have the local channels.
Yep.
And then the sports channels.
Yep.
And I put all like all the diplex, Big Ten and NBC Sports and HBO Max, all of that is moved up.
Turners. Do you have the Turners?
And then the Turners are in there.
Always important to have the Turners.
Oh, Trevor
And then
Lawrence is your pick.
actually the Turners are right behind the local channels.
Okay.
And then it's the sports channels. And then it's the HBO
I always forget
channels.
that you do HBO on there, which is weird.
I got really
we have
annoyed.
HBO on there. It's
Yeah.
great.
I was watching a non-live Netflix event, and ads were popping up while I was watching my non-live Netflix event. I was getting very annoyed, as if I was watching a movie on Stars.
Johnson.
By the way, kudos to me for nailing the most easy predictions point in the world.
Which one was that?
The Ronda Rousey winning in the first
yeah,
round.
of course.
It was 15 seconds.
Yeah, isn't. Oh wait, no, I said she'd win in the second
Yeah.
round.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I think I
15
did pretty okay
seconds.
in a lot of other ones.
I
No,
actually-
you didn't
I-
do well. Well, he didn't do well in the.
No, I
previous.
didn't. You screwed me. Thanks.
Yeah.
Did I
Um,
do well? I think I got. One
I
of
think
the-
you got the point.
I got a horsey point.
You got it because you had one of the
I
three.
didn't
but-
screw you. The jockeys screwed you. They didn't know how to handle the pace.
By the way, John says we should get a $19 Fire Stick for the second TV. That's what I was thinking. Just get a cheap stick and we'll be good to go.
Wait, didn't we?
Where is it? Oh wait, we have one over. No, wait, that whole TV is a Fire Stick.
Oh, that's yeah.
It's
It's
an
just a
Amazon
smart TV.
It's an Amazon TV.
The whole
Yeah.
TV is a fire.
We could get one though. That'd be nice.
Maybe we just take it off the
whole
mountain.
TV
Put
is
it,
a fire
well,
stick.
we're
You
not-
just need a remote.
but the point is, we're going to need to move this stuff into our new home.
Here's what I want. I want a couple TVs mounted. That's the dream right there. That would solve all of our problems.
I want a big clock.
That's right. You. There's
I
a
want
graphic.
my
Really
big
wants the
clock.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I
You
want
want a
my
big
big
clock?
clock. We're on the
Well,
clock
then your feet
now.
should have stopped growing.
We have to. We have to hit the brakes at a certain point, and sometimes it's a little teeny itty bitty clock. And I want a big
the
clock.
only clock we have there is on the computer screen. You're
It's
right.
a tiny, small, itty bitty baby clock. Let's get a big clock.
I don't mind that. That's a good request.
Well, you've changed your tune.
no. I wasn't changing my tune. I'm just.
It was more like that was a very important meaning about a lot of stuff, and you were like a clock.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, but that
could
was
have
an
been
important thing.
That could have been like a walk
Email.
out of the. No, it could have been like we're all leaving, and
It's
like,
like-
oh, hey, there was this one other thing that I had been thinking about, but I didn't want to interrupt the whole meeting with. That's when I would have brought up the clock.
We spent
first.
3 minutes on the big clock.
Yeah, we did talk about the big clock.
We
I'm
did.
with you. Like every radio station that I go to that's not here, they have a clock, a digital clock. That you
But
can
what
see.
type of clock?
A big clock,
There you go.
a big digital clock.
I want a
I like
big.
that.
Beautiful.
I want a
digital
big,
clock.
beautiful digital clock. Some are saying our clock are bigger than anybody others' clock.
Exactly.
What a great clock.
That's what we'll be saying.
So many clocks.
Mhm.
You're saying nobody does clocks as well as 1620 The Zone does clocks.
That's the dream.
I-
in our new studio.
Yeah, I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I'm going
Okay.
to keep that one inside.
All right.
I'll ask it off the air.
Oh,
Well,
is
is
it
it
about
about
something you want in
clocks?
the new studio?
Yeah.
Well, why don't we go to the break and we can talk about it off the air?
Cool.
Great. Happy
All right.
New Year.
This was fun. I had a good time.
it was
okay.
okay.
Solid crossover.
We
yeah.
haven't.
It was
yeah.
fine.
Lots
We've
of stuff
had
to
better.
talk about.
I mean,
Okay, well,
we didn't. I mean,
We didn't talk about tomorrow we should do the flag thing. I'm a flag man. I know a lot of
like you
flags.
waved the green flag at the start of the.
I was
Indy
watching
500?
golf with Matt this weekend, and he was like, "Wow, look at the top 10. It's 8 different countries." And he was like, "This one, this one, this one, this one." But I was like, "Do you know them because of the golfer? Like you know John Rahm is from Spain, or you know the flags?" And he goes, "I know flags." So we could do.
I'm a flag man.
You actually wasted time watching that thing.
Get out of here. You're such a hater.
It's the minor major. It's
so
the
what?
least
It's
important.
still a major. It's still
It's
a
not a
cool
major. It's really
yes, it
not
is.
a major.
Do they give a trophy? Do we put it?
Do
in
they
the
give a
history?
trophy for
Do they-
everything?
Do we have a big trophy called the Wanamaker Trophy? Do we have
Oh,
a big?
it's a-
do we
oh,
have a big
that's the difference.
celebration for
It's
it?
the
Does it go down in the
Wanamaker
history
Trophy.
books? Does it go down in the history books?
They
Says,
all
you
do.
are a major winner. Do we say you're a major winner after you win that? Yes, we do.
But-
It's a major.
By the way, comment from Stibbs, who did not invite Matt McMaster down to Kansas City this weekend. He writes, missed you on Friday, John. A
True.
good time was had by most. People were saying.
It was a great time.
Where's John?
I've always wanted to have a sit-down beer with John.
I was sleeping.
I think I've had
it
like
was a long week.
You were sleeping at 7 o'clock?
Well,
You
not-
were
no,
on
I-
the road still.
No, I wasn't.
That's dangerous.
That is
I wasn't
dangerous.
sleeping.
Don't
during
sleep on the
drive.
road, kids.
Yeah.
I was exhausted, man. It was a
Don't
long
Never
week.
be like John Bishop. I tell people that all the time.
I've only had a few beers with John ever outside of the studio. So, yeah.
Well, I'll get
I bet
mine.
that's great.
We'll have a nice, cool
The idea,
Budweiser.
the idea is to make it more special.
Hi, John.
If you do it all the time, it ceases to become special.
If we never do it, though, then it can never be
Thus, it'll
special.
thus, it's really special.
You missed out. We had a great time.
What do you mean? We did the 1620 in the house.
That was
Yeah,
in
that was
August.
a work event.
That
you
was
know?
a work event. Yeah.
We were kind of all forced to be there.
yeah.
Was this not a work event?
No, it wasn't. We
It
were
was
getting.
celebrating the end of a work event,
I'm-
thus making
I'm
it a work
going to
event.
tell you right now, I did not get paid for my performance at Moe and Curly's.
Yeah, there's
okay?
no talent fee for
Yeah.
this.
Well, we
Zero.
didn't get a talent fee for sleeping in the house.
That's true.
Well, I mean, you were just on the
Yeah,
clock.
and you
though.
missed out on him singing a song.
What'd he
So
sing?
did Nick. He sang, what song did
When
he
I Was Your Man by
Yeah.
Bruno Mars. I
Oh.
brought the house down.
People loved it. Like, seriously.
There were people
Tears,
swaying
tears in their
arms.
eyes. Yeah.
Did anyone
Because
want
the
to talk
Oma
about
Dome
his
didn't
shoes?
do its
No.
job after all.
And then Matt
because
sang,
you
or Matt
found-
Happer sang Piano Man and also brought the house.
That
And
back.
then
tracks,
and then Stibbs didn't bring the house down, but
No.
sang a very high quality song.
Yes, that's a great way to describe all of the songs.
Okay.
Harambe, it's you. That's what he sang.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Down in the ape cage.
Have a great day, Matt.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete at everlevelconcrete.com on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, the sleeves are already rolled up. Ranby's already on the case.
I didn't realize they're going to be on TV this early today.
Well, they are now.
Uh-huh.
I like watching Ranby's forearms.
It's already here.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Have you noticed the last couple of years it seems like tornadoes are a 2 to 3 day event every year, and then it just kind of doesn't happen much again?
I literally have not.
It feels like there's 2 or 3 days where it's tornado potential, keep an eye out, and then it just kind of stops.
Well, at least that's the way it's been here, because literally this has been about the only real severe weather we've had this spring.
Mm-hmm.
We're still in that spot, though, where the folks are excited to do it, and they do like showing off their toys. I mean, they spent millions and billions of dollars on these toys, so they like to show off their toys.
Different radar layers.
But if we have a particularly active year, like the 3rd and 4th outbreak down the road, then it's like, yeah, there's a warning. We'll let you know if anyone dies. Back to your normal programming. Meanwhile, poor Saturday night, if you were a hockey fan, well, apparently it was here in Omaha too, because Stibbs was complaining about
Yes,
it.
it was.
If you were a hockey fan in southeast or eastern Nebraska, you didn't get to see any hockey.
Yep.
We have on our YouTube TV in Lincoln, we get 2 ABC affiliates. There's KLKN, which is the regular Lincoln affiliate. There's NTV, which is, I guess,
Western Nebraska.
Central Nebraska adjacent, but they're in our
window.
range.
Yeah.
We don't get any of the Omaha stations.
Okay.
On our YouTube.
Why don't
TV.
you even get Channel 6?
which is interesting.
Yeah, because the NBC, we get all
You
of
get
our
Western Nebraska.
we
NBC.
we get Central Nebraska NBC.
It's like
And
where I lived, we got Des Moines, we got
there
Omaha,
was-
we got Sioux City.
But again, he's talking about on YouTube TV.
Yeah.
So that's a
And it was,
specific
and by the
decision.
way, when we had cable, they had originally we used to get 3, 6, and 7, and then they started to peel them off, and eventually we lost all of them. And so if
anyway,
you were trying to
Saturday
watch the
hockey.
hockey game
Yeah.
on Saturday night, you got bubkus.
Yeah, we've
You
talked.
got nothing. And then by the time they did go back to it, it was like
It was a
7-3 or
horrible,
something.
horrible game.
It was bad.
We talked about it before, the whole YouTube TV, ESPN Unlimited thing. And so I hopped onto the ESPN app the other day on Saturday, specifically because of the storm. And I thought, I wonder if my login credentials will allow me to watch the hockey. And it did. So if any of you are out
Praise
there
the Lord.
and you have YouTube TV or you have whatever, and you're wanting to watch, now hockey tonight's on ESPN, so you're going to be fine there. Basketball for my 5 NBA fans in the audience will be on NBC tonight. Log on to Peacock and put in your credentials on Peacock, and you should be okay. So
But if you don't get Peacock, then
then you are
host.
SOL, baby. SOL.
But it's okay because the NBA playoffs this year.
No,
can sleep.
but John, tonight is Spurs Thunder. This is
yeah,
the
but
series.
it's only game 1, so we're really.
This is going to decide the NBA championship.
If you miss it tonight, you can just catch it
Why
again
do we-
6 months from
I
now.
don't understand this. I don't understand you two. Baseball, ALCS happens in game 1. You're all like, oh my gosh, I can't wear my short pants. But it's just game 1, John. It's just game 1. But why NBA game 1 you're so out on? Tell me how that makes any sense to anything.
I
Just
told
say
you
you
I'm
hate
out on
the NBA.
I'm out on the NBA playoffs.
Even though this is the series.
It's an historically weak field.
This is the series.
You're right. This is the series.
This is a series. Like
Just call me when it gets to game 4.
Okay, so that'll be Sunday.
It's a long ways off.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Yeah,
It's a long ways
Sunday.
off.
So I'll call you on Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be down in Kansas City going to a Royals game.
Oh, wow. If it was so dang important, how come you're not hunkered down in front of the TV watching
The
NBA?
game will be at night. The Royals game will be at 3, or 1. Yeah, maybe I'll watch it wherever we go to dinner that night. What's for dinner?
What if your friends don't let you because they're like, why are we watching this? We
No,
want to
we're-
watch some more baseball.
We're not spending time with them. They're going back home. They didn't want to. They didn't want to stay.
Oh, father and son are going back home.
They are. Sadly, I thought that they'd want to hang
Probably
out
a good
and
idea.
have some fun.
That's probably a really, really, really good idea
Really
at this
not.
point.
Sad.
But it sounds like the old Oma Dome worked last night.
It was pretty cool, pretty chill. The sirens went off a few times. Banks started howling, and then we started howling with Banks, and he howled some more.
Why would you howl?
Because it was funny. Because we were like, "Oh,
you were making fun.
and then
of it.
Banks howled with us. It was really cute.
Our house was literally basically right under where all the stuff was starting to there's funnel clouds. Like Randy was just pointing, he's like funnel cloud.
And you're always like, "That's my house."
Yeah, basically.
Leonardo
That's my
DiCaprio
house.
pointing at his TV.
We were
meme.
right in the middle of the big red zone, so we were in the basement, and then 3 minutes later, it was suddenly an orange zone. It went by. It's a fast storm last night.
Ramby kept saying that over and over.
It's the Nick Grimm of storms.
This thing is moving fast.
Mustache Adams says one of the benefits about having all these streaming services, you can watch it on a non-local streaming service to avoid the weather interruptions, unless it's CBS.
Which is so weird. If you go on Paramount Plus, it is your literal local channel. It
Correct.
is not CBS.
No, you don't get the raw feed of CBS. You get the local stream, which means if
there are problems with it, if something's going on,
like yesterday, during the minor major,
you were glued to.
Well, I only switched it over
wanted
because
to see what
I
it
was
looked
curious
like?
to see if they were covering it and how they were doing it. They at least did the split screen so that you could watch golf on one F. But the funny thing is, they were keeping the audio ducked under so you could still hear golf clapping and the occasional announcer whisper while, weather anchor
These houses
is like,
are destroyed.
Yeah. So it was kind of weird that way.
Get it together, Paramount Plus.
But the only problem was, you know how CBS does golf? They put the score bug down in the lower right
So
corner.
it's extra tiny.
Well,
or was it cut off?
It was cut off
because it was squares. It wasn't two rectangles.
It was cut off.
Interesting.
So it was like I was mildly curious. What's the scores? Oh, I can't see.
Yeah.
And then I was like bored and watched.
I was gonna say, and then you probably didn't care and turned the channel.
I didn't care because it was like an above average PGA.
I'm not gonna
event.
pretend like I watched a ton of it either this weekend. I was doing other stuff. I was watching hockey and basketball and spending time with my coworker friends, except for you.
And me.
No, you were there.
Oh, you just meant that. Okay. That
Yeah,
meant the other time.
Well, yeah, you didn't do karaoke, but you were there the early part of it.
It's true.
The Grum Down.
Grum down.
Nebraska ball pitches their way into the supers.
They scored what, like 4 or 5 runs the whole weekend?
Yeah, that prop didn't go so well for us.
No, it did not. Wow, easy peasy on the covers there.
Yeah, the opponents covered the run
what the hell,
line that we
Nebraska?
had.
Thanks for the lack of a point.
Nebraska balls bid to
Host a playoff game.
Grows.
The grower, not a shower.
And I got a formula. I worked way too hard on this, so you damn right I'm going to burn a segment on it.
Okay, perfect. I can't wait to see
and
your
there,
stuff.
And there is a surprise in there.
Yeah, you teased that earlier.
Is it like
a
Josh's surprise where it's actually boring?
That was an interesting surprise.
Well, I mean, if people are bored by college baseball, it will be boring, yes.
It's their fault.
But if you're uniquely in tuned with college baseball or just interested because Nebraska is good, I think you'll find it fascinating.
I look forward to learning things.
I love baseball.
And speaking of that, Evan Bland of Omaha.com will join us in place of Mitch Sherman, who was off today, as he told us kindly last week.
As we all remember.
All of us remember.
No one
remembered.
forgot. We didn't do prep based off of Mitch today.
It's a Michael Severe Monday.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
I'm going to ask him if he was, because, Michael is famously of, I don't care about the weather. Don't tell me about the weather, even though he's got the perfect name for a weather anchor.
He really
Michael.
does.
It's severe weather with Michael Severe.
Mm-hmm. It's great.
Maybe that's
And then he
why
can
he
come
hates
in with
weather
his usual,
specifically.
intensity. It's raining. Storms are coming. You're going to die. Doc, now.
Doc.
But the big tornado that was captured by thousands and thousands of storm chasers was out by his wife's in-laws.
Oh, wow. His wife's in-laws?
Or his in-laws. Sorry, his wife's family. His in-laws. His in-laws.
His
Sorry.
wife's in-laws would be his parents.
Correct.
Whoa.
No, that'd be Michael's in-laws.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah. It's got to be your in-law.
I look forward to seeing if he was even mildly curious what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Or if he was like, I don't care. It's the weather.
Well,
and
again,
it's too damn hot and I should be in Alaska.
He definitely was. He was probably saying all those things. We are in the best era, though, for wanting to continue watching sports. As long as your internet still works, you are able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You are able to do it with your logins.
Unless it's Paramount Plus.
Unless it's Paramount Plus.
Then you're
Screw
screwed.
them.
Then you're screwed.
Mm.
Can Nebraska football skip a rung on the ladder?
Oh,
Up or down?
This is
Nick.
This is
It's
going
a
up,
fair
of course.
question.
It's
Come
going
on,
up.
Nick, you hater.
It's going
I'm
up.
just asking.
Nebraska, unfortunately, has they've fallen a few rungs down.
Are you saying it's rock bottom?
Have you seen the
No,
latest?
I would never do that because you don't know rock bottom in the moment.
Have you seen the latest aggregated screenshot tweet that's making the rounds about college football? There was a new one this weekend. You know how a couple weeks ago they stole your stats?
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
credit-
What's this one?
So the latest one is if there was a 2014 playoff since 2014, here are the number of times that every school would have made it. And Nebraska is but one of 7 teams that would have not made.
Okay, so why did they
2014
pick such an arbitrary number like 24?
Excellent question. Oh, maybe because that's the size of the playoff. They wouldn't have made it any times.
I think we're all aware of that.
God, they suck.
Say it one more time for me, please.
0 times, Nick. Nick.
Speaking of the playoff, diminishing the good to enhance the meh. Friend of the Grum, Bill Conley, I thought spelled out perfectly what I was trying to articulate last week about the fallacy of, well, more playoff teams means we're going to have more meaningful games at the end of the season. And I thought Bill hit a home run explaining why that is a fallacy.
Shout out to you, Bill.
We have an NBA Final Four.
Oh!
If you just looked at it from the names of the teams, it does feel kind of meh, right? I mean, I get it.
But if you know ball, 3 of the 4 teams pretty good.
No, 2.
No.
You have the Spurs and you have OKC.
And
they're in the West.
you have
that is the good conference.
the
They're like
Knicks.
the Big Ten of basketball.
Knicks.
They're like the
Bing
Big
bong.
Ten of pro basketball,
The Knicks.
whereas
Bing
the
bong.
Eastern Conference is like the Sun Belt
But the Knicks
of pro basketball.
Bing
the
bong.
Knicks, they will win 2 games in the NBA Finals. I've said it already, and I will continue to say it over the next month.
Bing bong.
Stib says, what about the Kalshi one that has Rule with the best chance to win coach
Oh,
of
we'll
the
get
year?
to that.
Will be hard to do with 4 wins. Stibs.
And how badly will the Omadome get tested? Right now, there are no active warnings in our area, though they do have warnings south of Lincoln.
And if a warning happens, we get taken off the air, right? We just disappear.
Well, only if it's the kind you had last night.
Mm-hmm.
That makes the sirens go off.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
That's called a tornado warning.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. I don't want a tornado warning. I want to go home after this.
But if we just have, your severe thunderstorm warning, we're going to stay on the air.
yeah, we're not going to no coverage of it. It's thundering outside.
It's thundering and raining. We got a lot of rain.
We did. I hear we needed this.
We really needed the rain.
Oh, that's awesome. And it's
The
going to rain
river
some more
looked
tonight.
very full today as I crossed it instead of very not full.
And
like
then it's going to
been.
rain tomorrow. It's like raining a bunch this week. May showers.
Cats and dogs.
That's problematic.
Meatballs.
Well, the Big Ten tournament hasn't even started yet.
Oh, God. I didn't even think about that. I saw somebody ask Kugler if he was going to be on the call for any games, and he said, sadly, no.
And Kevin, after laughing hysterically, said no.
I miss Kevin calling the games. I always liked
You know
when he
who
would
doesn't
call
miss Kevin calling the games?
Nebraska fans.
That'd be Kevin.
Oh, no, there's no way in hell. Remember the whole Big Ten After Dark
he's
thing?
doing the UFL, a more popular league
It
than
does
the
get paid.
MLS and NHL, as was pointed out on Twitter over the week.
But you know what it's like. You get to the Big Ten After Dark, and you're ready to go to bed, and you turn on the TV, and you see Kevin. It's the 3rd inning, and you're like, hope he has a good time. And then you click the TV off. I'm going to miss doing that this
yeah,
week. I won't get a chance to do that.
But you know who won't miss that?
Kevin?
I love doing games with Kevin.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well,
it's great.
those days are long gone.
I know.
You don't do games. That's why I'm on the field. I was telling somebody about it this weekend. was like, they were like, anything new in your life? I said, yeah, I'm doing sidelines for the College World Series. And they said, why? I said, well,
why?
some things happen.
You don't even like
Why?
baseball.
People, I love baseball. I'm going to a baseball game this weekend. How can I go if I
That'd
don't
be like
baseball?
that'd be like me doing a
team are you cheering for?
podcast about the NBA Eastern Conference.
That'd
Why
be,
am I doing this? Why is anybody doing this? Why does anyone care?
that'd be a very specific
This is a bad
podcast.
This is a bad podcast of a bad league.
I like the idea of conference-specific podcasts.
I bet they exist somewhere. It's very strange, but it
We
has
don't
to.
talk about the West.
Yeah.
We only talk
We
about
don't, screw Wemby. We don't talk about that guy. He stinks.
yeah.
That
Go
would-
Knicks.
That would also be the exact tagline of a podcast in Germany in the 70s.
What? We don't.
We
Talk
don't care
the
about. We don't
West?
talk about the West.
Nice, Nick. Look at that.
Wow,
All right.
that's a little more modern than our usual references back
That
to
is.
Africa,
We don't
back to
do
that
enough
country.
Cold War callbacks on
People
this show.
We really don't.
I don't really know a whole lot about the Cold War.
It was
You
very
do
cold.
Gorbabov.
I know
was
about
very-
Gorbachev.
It was
yeah.
very cold.
Yeah, I know about the main players.
A lot of
but
spies.
I don't really have a whole lot of takes on it, to be honest. I except the idea of, oh no, a nuke is on its way. Get under your desk. Like, I don't think
That'll
that,
save you.
I don't think that was going to really help.
And then your
anybody.
crush would be like, actually.
Yeah, I didn't like you at
Mhm.
all.
Well, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline is 402 951
I
1620.
thought you forgot the number for a second.
No, I'm just saying it slower so that people will be able to write it down because, you know, we got to give them time to get their pad.
Gotta
and pencil.
write the phone number down. Good
True.
call. buddy.
402 951 1620. There is the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, where coming up later tonight, you'll be able to get the exclusive Eastern Conference podcast.
Let's go.
What happened to the Pistons?
Oh man, you should do
They
that.
blew a gasket.
Do a watch party for the Western Conference Finals on YouTube or on Twitter, on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
And when it gets to the NBA Finals, we're only going to watch half the game. We're only going to watch it when our side has the ball.
And then we turn it off.
We turn it off.
Turn it on. Turn it off.
back
Turn it on. Turn it. There's a turnover. Crap! I missed it.
And the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally, and
Nice.
we answer the phone on the first ring.
Awesome.
John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. Laszlo says, are John's weather predictions as good as his Rams first round pick predictions? I didn't make any weather predictions.
Yeah.
I merely asked a question, is it too cool?
Yeah, I saw
As
that you.
in temperature, is the temperature too cool for this for the thunderstorms to really get super serial?
There was a screenshot of your tweet and a response sent to my group chat today where it said effing roasted. Because when you said, what am I missing? Nebraska Beef responded, a degree in meteorology.
Got him.
Wow. You were just
boy.
asking a question.
I was just asking a question.
Yeah, I don't feel like you were trying to be
I
a
didn't
jerk.
I didn't need some rando anonymous person to
What do you mean? It's Mr. Nebraska Beef, John. It's
Oh, don't say that. Now
Mm.
he's going to take offense to it. I was just merely asking the question. That's all.
I'm
Okay.
just asking questions.
It was kind of a way to prompt the weather people. Oh God, now Ramby's taking a pull off his water.
Oh no, his shirt's off.
If we ever got one of those
Shirtless
storms
Randy.
where Randy rips his shirt
I'm
off,
doing the show from home. That
Text
day.
your crush.
Yeah,
but
text.
yet the tie somehow stays on. So it's just the tie, no shirt.
Uh-huh.
And Julie's on the hotline going, tell Bill to put his shirt back on. That is, by the way, not how Julie actually sounds.
That's just how every woman in John's life
That's just
talks
John's
that way.
woman impression.
well,
Yeah.
I'm a woman.
That's John's woman impression. It is. That's why you're
I
laughing.
don't have a good woman impression.
Why don't you talk like this, John?
oh, hello, I'm a girl.
It's me, your wife, John.
Well, it kind of
It's me, your wife,
That-
John.
that kinda-
Slop again.
that sounds more offensive than the way I do it.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
You a couple weeks ago you said trad wives are cool, and now you don't like it when I do a trad wife voice. Hello, it's me.
Why is that a trad wife? Why does that have to be a
You
trad
tell me
wife?
why that voice is offensive. All right, we
I'm
gotta
ju-
go to break.
I'm just saying it kind of sounds offensive.
It wasn't. It was a nice, normal lady. Hello.
Very nice, normal lady with a beard.
No, this is me with the beard.
All right, we will be back right after this on 1620 The Zone. And again, we're keeping an eye in case the weather turns severe around here. All the stuff right now is south of Beatrice. One thing I do like, they've started to like parse out different things. There's like different levels now to the tornado warning. There's the tornado warning.
Is it really?
Then there's confirmed tornado. Then there's tornado emergency.
Whoa.
So what's the difference?
Like last
What's each
night,
level?
Omaha was in the tornado warning. That was radar indicated. But
Okay.
there actually was not anything that was spotted on the ground.
What's the level up from that one?
Well, like right now, south of Beatrice, they have what's a confirmed tornado. Someone actually has spotted a tornado, and it is on the
And then
ground.
what's tornado emergency?
Tornado emergency.
You are inside the tornado.
That's
It's already here.
That's the stuff where it is headed to a populated area.
It's already
Where
here.
it's a big
69th
tornado.
incoming kind of stuff.
Hey.
That
What? No, I'm saying that would have been a good example, right?
that year would have been a tornado
You
emergency.
said
Yes.
it with a chuckle.
I
A
did
slight,
not.
A slight
I
TE.
never would say
The
it.
1975 Omaha tornado would have been a tornado emergency because it was going through a
The
heavily
mass
populated area.
casualty tornado
Yeah.
that you
Mm.
just chuckled
So I
about.
do
didn't
like
chuckle.
that they've given
chuckle.
degrees to it. Everything should be taken seriously. But again, all of this is well south of Omaha. Nothing is impacting the Omaha metro. But
Hopefully it remains that way.
hopefully it does. Hopefully it
Stay
does
safe.
remain that way.
Mhm.
Well, right now we would be in a
Oh, okay. There it is.
Mhm.
Playoff game.
warning.
Oh, you think it's a warning, not a watch?
It's a warning. It's been indicated on radar.
That's true.
Whoa.
And the radar would be Warren Nolan RPI or
Or-
other RPI.
or
that
other
other thing.
things.
Yep.
The not
After
RPI.
Nebraska won their last 7.
How about the fact, man, they got swept a couple weeks ago, and we came on that Monday and we said they probably have to go undefeated the rest of the regular season to put themselves back in a spot where they'd feel pretty good.
And they did.
And that's exactly what they did, much
they
to the
did.
chagrin of the haters and losers. of
much
which there are
much to the
many.
chagrin of the haters and losers.
Yep.
So I've been, going through the exercise of comparing the rankings and things of that nature.
Mhm.
Today, I decided to take it to another level. I decided to put myself in the position of if I were a committee person, what would I be looking for right now beyond just the eye test? I'm talking about numbers and statistics and weighing different things. So I went into my laboratory. I went into my lab and I started crunching some numbers. And
Mr. Crunch.
here is what I came up with. And I promise you, there is a surprise in here.
Is it going to be? Well, I don't want to guess because I don't want to spoil it.
So the first thing I did was I wanted a way to measure how good a team's performance was against good teams
Okay.
and how good they scheduled in the non-conference. That's a big thing to me. If I'm on the committee, I want to know what the intent. I want to know, hey, how good did you schedule in the non-conference?
How difficult
Because
were
I
you
think
trying to
those
make your
things are
schedule?
important.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
think those things are important, especially when you play up to 56 games.
Mm-hmm.
In my world, you have no excuse to be ducking people.
Mm-hmm.
Quack.
So I'm not going to explain what the formula is.
Come
but-
on, I was going to ask you what's the formula
because
this
It's
is
like-
like a slice score.
It's proprietary.
But
It's
I
not-
need to know what
It's like the McDonald's special sauce
It's
or the
basically-
spices.
it's basically taking, I looked at,
Is it like OPS plus?
no, but what it is,
That's on base plus slugging. Now.
what it is so RPI on Warren Nolan, you can look right now on the RPI sheet and there's a non-conference RPI. So that's
the
like,
RPI of your opponents.
yeah. And
in the
then there's a
non-con?
non-conference strength of schedule ranking.
And so that's literally their wins and losses.
Well,
for the
that's
year.
the ranking of their strength of schedule.
Yes,
They're
yes.
only their non-conference.
Okay.
And to make matters as simple as possible, I took those two rankings,
Okay.
I added them together, and low score wins.
Okay.
The lower it is, the better.
Yeah.
Because
So-
you want the best non-conference RPI, you want the best non-conference strength of schedule. Then what I did, and the reason for the formula is it's all based on who's the worst of this bunch. By the way, these 22 teams that I've selected, this is everybody now. This is
I was going to say, thank
This is-
God I see UCLA's
this
name
is
on
the
the
top
graphic.
team. So these are the top 22 seeds according to the latest D1 baseball projections.
Okay.
Top 22. Remember, top 16 get to host. Top 8 are the top 8 national seeds. They get to host all the way until the College World Series.
Yep.
So I compared them all.
Okay.
I wanted to compare them all because I'm being a committee guy now.
Good. Also helps the graphics.
Then I also wanted to look at what they did.
then?
I wanted to look at what these teams did against Q1 opponents.
Okay.
So these are against the best teams. So how I figured this in is I took their number of wins against Q1 plus the total number of Q1 games they played.
This is like algebra.
It is.
So, for example, Nebraska's 9-7 against Q1.
Wild card team in the old
So their
NFL.
points were 25, 9 for the wins plus 16 for the total number of Q1 games they played.
Okay.
So again, in this case, you want a higher score, but then it's also factored against how you did against the rest of the field. So this is low man wins. And Nebraska comes in at number 10. Out of these 22 teams, Nebraska comes in number 10.
Okay.
Auburn and Alabama, they actually
The Iron Bowl.
they scheduled some good teams in the non-conference. Kudos to the state of Alabama.
Well, and then the state of Florida and Florida State.
And then Florida and Florida State.
Good rivalries.
And then at the bottom, you got Georgia
Too worried about their cars and what's going on with their vehicles.
and Oregon State,
New video game comes
for
out tonight.
example.
I'm gonna play it.
Mm.
It's a card game.
Classic USC down there.
And there's USC. All right, so that's one part of the formula. The next part of the formula, I want to look at their road record.
Okay.
I think that's important. I think it's important to know how good of a team you are. Are you just a team that, feasts on home games? How good did you do on the road? And here's where Nebraska really helped themselves over the last week because they were a 500 road team. Well, they won 4 straight road games. They beat Creighton, and then they beat 3 up in Minneapolis.
Mm-hmm.
So this helped. Granted, they're still only 16th out of these 22 teams.
Still pretty solid.
But look at UCLA. They lost once on the road this year. Oregon State played well on the road. North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Georgia Tech. So that's another part of the formula. The next part of the formula, I call it the quad 4 penalty. How many times did you feast on lesser competition? So in this case, what I did.
And so real quick, this is number of games, and you're going to also include losses in here
Yes.
as well, right?
So what I did was I took the total number of quad 4 games that a team played and then added the number of losses they had.
So like for Auburn
in
and
Nebraska's case, they went 16-0 against Q4.
So it's just a straight 16.
So there's 16 points.
Who is affected by this in a negative way because of losses?
George? Well, because of losses?
Like, who are teams that it's like they played a decent number, but they also lost a game or two against quad 4?
Well,
who has the most quad 4 losses on this
Oregon
graphic?
State has 4 quad 4 losses. They went
Yeesh.
14-4.
Yikes.
So their penalty was 22. So again, low man, in this case, low man wins.
Okay.
And for the purpose of this conversation, again, Auburn, Alabama, because they played so many good teams, they didn't play many bad ones. They both went 8-0
I was going to say, I bet they didn't
against
even lose
quad
any.
4.
Yeah.
Here in this circumstance, Nebraska's in the middle of the pack. They're tied for 11.
Still upper 16, though.
They're
That's kind
tied
of the number
for
I'm
11.
looking at on all these graphics. Are they in the top
Yeah,
16 of every one?
Keep watching. And then finally, this was what I started with originally. This was looking at RPI, the Diamond Sports Rating, and the KPI, which are the 3 metrics that the committee has at their disposal, and just averaged them out.
Yeah.
Georgia Tech actually came out ahead of UCLA on this one.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Because because Georgia Tech is the number 1 rated team in the DSR and the KPI, and they're number 2
Oh, wow.
in the RPI. So they came out ahead of
Shout out to them.
UCLA.
Shout out to them.
And for the purposes of this exercise, Nebraska's number 14.
So again, inside of the top 16,
Correct.
which is the thing that matters the most for
Host a playoff game!
All right, so before I get to my final verdict, this is where I actually slot the teams. All right, here are the teams I think are worthy of being in the top 8 conversation. Here are the teams in the next tier, and here are the teams I think should be on the road.
before you do that.
Before I do that, I looked at how all of these teams did in all of these factors. And then, of course, then you would use the eye test. And this is, and I'm not going to get into all that. Not that I went back and watched all of these teams over the last 24 hours because I didn't.
Yeah, you were too busy focusing on the Eastern Conference.
I was busy
only
doing
the Eastern
my
Conference.
NBA Eastern Conference podcast.
Mm-hmm.
But for my final verdict, here is what if I were on the committee, these would be the teams I would be arguing for in these spots. Now, they're not really listed in any particular order, so don't look at the order.
Soft.
Don't look at the order.
Put them in an order.
No, I'm not going to put them in an order.
I agree with Nick.
Here's what I came up with. The Elite Eight. Auburn, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia Tech, UCLA, Alabama, Florida State, Texas.
Wow, do you have UCLA as a 5 seed?
Again, don't look at them in any order.
It's not an order.
Why didn't you do alphabetical order then?
Because I didn't.
Trying to throw us off the scent.
I'm trying to throw you off the scent.
Auburn, Homer, John.
Uh-huh. SEC Homer John strikes again.
For the teams that will host a playoff game.
host.
Coastal Carolina,
Or
West
Coastal
Virginia.
Carolina.
Southern Miss, Mississippi State, Texas A&M, Nebraska,
Oh, baby.
Georgia,
Big Red.
Kansas, Ole Miss. Now, here's where the surprise is.
Wait, that's more than 8 teams. That's 9 teams.
Again, those are the teams I would argue should be in the conversation.
It's not in an order.
no. Well, I was just going to say, I just want to make sure. Is this a surprise that you actually have 17 teams hosting?
No, I don't.
You're breaking the bracket.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Georgia, in a lot of like, for example, Georgia
Lincoln Park.
is the number 3 seed right now, according to
Who?
D1 baseball.
Who is?
Georgia.
Okay.
D1 baseball because they won the SEC. They won the division in the SEC. Or I guess they don't even do divisions anymore. They had the best regular season record. But you know what Georgia didn't do very well?
Host. Non-conference, right? They were
Host.
horrible.
Their non-conference was brutal. Brutal in a bad way.
Yeah, in a stinky way.
Their non-conference RPI was 85th. The next nearest team of these 22 teams I looked at was Arkansas at 59.
Wow.
That is an enormous gap. Their non-conference strength of schedule was 245. The next nearest team was Texas A&M at 218. You want to know what Georgia's non-conference schedule was like this year?
I'd love to know, John.
Their non-conference schedule. I gotta bring it up here. When I looked at it, I was stunned at how pathetic it was. Stunned. Here's who they played in the non-conference.
Okay.
Wright State. RPI 156. South Carolina Upstate. RPI 91.
Wow, a good team.
Samford 87. Troy 46. Not bad. Oakland. They played a 4-game series against Oakland, including a doubleheader on Friday, where they won by a combined score of 33-6. RPI 295.
Maybe they should have tried to cancel that series.
Yeah.
They did. They were kind enough to go to Kennesaw State, RPI 82. Western Carolina 56. Queens. They brought Queens in.
The borough?
Yes, the whole borough.
Wow.
RPI 261.
Spider-Man plays for them.
They did not. Outside of playing Georgia Tech one time,
Rivalry.
a game they lost 14-4. By the way, they got run ruled.
Hey, I think we watched that game.
They did not play another power conference non-conference team. It was pretty pathetic. And
So
that's
you're
why
punishing them, the
that's
John
why-
Bishop formula?
Well, again, I didn't go into this with any preconceived notions. I didn't go into this trying to search out something. I just wanted to see how it looked in comparison. And while, yes, Georgia won the SEC, kudos to you. For that, you get to host a playoff game. But you should not be a top 8 national seed.
Interesting.
When you schedule that poorly in the non-conference,
Pretty
that's
bad.
embarrassing.
Pretty bad.
That's embarrassing.
There was a comment a few moments ago from Matthew. I hate to be a negative Nelly, but unless we win the Big Ten tourney, I don't think we'll be hosting. The Ohio State sweep did us in my opinion.
Well,
I would say this, Matthew. You are on an island.
you're
Nationally,
you're starting to be on an
darn
island by
near
yourself, yeah.
everybody that I saw nationally after the games on Saturday had Nebraska hosting.
D1 baseball has them 13.
On 3
Baseball
had 'em
America has
hosting.
them 12.
Yeah. Like everybody, seriously. Bruns was on the show this morning, the morning show, and he said he thinks it's like 80% that they're going to host. The winds have blown in that direction, and that it's not that they even need to win the Big Ten tournament or even make it to the final.
Yeah. So I know. Listen, I know people. The problem is we tend to look at these things in a bubble, and in the moment it was, oh my God, this is terrible. They lost 3 in a row to Ohio State. That's awful. But if you pull back, which is what the committee is going to do, they're going to pull back.
Season.
They're going to look at the whole schedule.
Yeah.
They're going to say, well, they got some good numbers,
They should host a playoff.
and they do,
Host.
Mm-hmm.
and they do.
And they will.
I think right now I would put it at 70%. I have said, I said this last week, I'll continue to say,
Okay.
If they were to sweep the week and get a win in the Big Ten tournament, that's when I would feel safe.
Well, they've done the first part in crazy fashion.
Mm-hmm.
That game on Friday, especially.
They did.
And if they keep this up, we're going to get to a point where all the season ticket holders are going to be screwed and all the boosters are going to get to reap the benefits of all the season ticket holders' hard fan work.
Why did you say it with such glee in your voice?
No, I thought that's what we were doing. I thought this is what we wanted. I thought we wanted Nebraska to
Host a playoff game.
I'm at 70%
Okay.
right now. I'll be at 90+% if they win on Friday.
Okay.
nice.
And even if they lose, and again, this is all dependent because you got to factor in who are the other teams. What are the other teams doing around them?
Sure. I hear you're 70%. I think you're wrong. I'm going to go 73.4%.
So arbitrary.
No, that is the Josh Peterson mathematical formula,
Oh.
which is proprietary, and I will not be sharing on the air. But you did some good work too, John.
Even though you
I
didn't put it in
appreciate that.
any numerical order at the end.
That's true. Yeah, that was a bit soft. I would have if I
Well,
were.
no, because I'm not just beholden to what the numbers say. Then the numbers kind of help sort things out.
It's a sorting mechanism.
It's a sorting mechanism. And
Sort.
then you do a deep dive and then you compare, because this is not comparing any common opponents. This is not comparing how you did against each other.
Well, how about this? On Monday morning,
If you won your conference or not.
you wake up early, you update your numbers, and then you put out a bracket. You predict the bracket.
Mm.
Doesn't that sound a fun way to start Memorial Day? Before your little race car race? Isn't there a race on Monday? Or is that Sunday?
Sunday's
Indy
racing
500.
day.
Okay, well,
That's
you'll be
on
basking in the glow of all the milk that was had the day before.
I'll be too busy recording my Eastern
Oh, the Eastern Conference
It'll be-
podcast.
but it'll
I'm
be
going to be a guest.
It'll be the postseason edition of the Eastern Conference podcast, because by that point, the Eastern
Yeah, the
Conference
Knicks will be done with them because they're good.
Well,
I agree with you.
No,
Good
the
take,
Eastern
John.
Conference will be mathematically eliminated from winning the NBA title.
Good take, John. The Knicks are good. People forget.
We'll talk to Evan Bland about this here in about 30 minutes or so.
Awesome.
When we come back, it's football time.
Thank God.
Oh, so you're out on Nebraska.
No, I enjoyed that stuff. I'm just saying thank God for football.
Host.
I like football.
16-20 zone.
Man, you guys that love weather, you guys love weather.
It's fascinating.
No, I guess it's interesting. I just, there are like.
Interesting, though, as I turn on YouTube,
Yeah.
right? In Josh's algorithm.
Which, again, I don't use this YouTube account anymore because I didn't want you guys logging on and saying, what did Josh watch this time? So whenever we open it up, it's just because of whatever we watched on here last time.
Well, we didn't watch Max Velocity on here last time.
Oh,
and yet it's in your...
I don't use that one anymore. I use a different one. This
Triggered-
isn't my ad-free
triggered
one.
You have a
Josh.
YouTube burner account?
No, I have my YouTube one where I get
YouTube
ad-free.
burner
This
account.
still has ads because it's connected with my wife's YouTube account.
Brendan Sorsby is fighting for his football life.
Mm.
If you'll recall, Sorsby is alleged to have
Host! Oh,
bet
sorry.
on many games, many involving his own team,
Which you
when he
should
was a
not do.
freshman at Indiana. That is a no-no. Also, he's done it in many different states. Would you like to hear why he wanted to bet on his own team?
Judging your tone, I'm guessing I'm going to laugh at his reasoning.
From On3, Brett McMurphy just reposted this.
Oh, shout out to you, Brett.
Brendan Sorsby bet on Indiana football in 2022 to feel more connected with his team,
Oh,
per affidavit
buddy.
in court documents.
Buddy.
I rationalized placing those bets as a way to feel more connected to the team, to root for my friends, and to feel I had a real stake in the games that I was otherwise not involved in. He later added, because the Indiana football team was not a very strong competitor in 2022, I lost most of the bets I placed. What do we think of this rationale?
Hysterical, hilarious.
I wanted to
very
feel
funny.
more connected with my team.
That I have never heard an excuse that funny.
That's
before.
insane.
Yeah, look, you're trying your darndest. There's nothing that they can say where it's no, I actually didn't bet on them, because he obviously did, and so you just have to come up with reasons that a judge or anybody hearing it, the NCAA, would be very forgiving of.
How does one feel more connected with their team if, and I'm speculating here,
Mm-hmm.
if he did not share this information with others? Because normally, if you're betting on your own team, I mean, everybody in sports knows, at least they should. I mean, it's been 100 years since the Black Sox scandal.
Mhm.
It's been 40 years since Pete Rose.
Mm-hmm.
The one biggest no-no, the biggest no-no, we call it El Grande no-no in sports is you do not bet on your own team.
Mhm.
If you want to remain eligible, you don't bet on your own team. So in theory, he would have been doing this, but it's not like he would have been walking around the locker room going, hey guys, I bet on us to beat Ohio State this week, because that would be just ridiculous, right?
It would be.
It's almost like he knew what he was doing was wrong and he was too embarrassed to share that information with people.
Yeah, because you get in trouble for doing it.
Crazy.
So how can he feel more connected other than, well, now I've got stakes on this game?
And then when the response is, shouldn't you already feel that way because they're your teammates and
Right.
this is your school?
Exactly.
You know?
You should already feel that
You
way
should
about
want
your
them-
team because you're wearing the uniform. You're eating with them. You're practicing with them. You're showering with them.
Again, for a guy who placed literally thousands of bets on the things that he was betting on, you are grasping for straws. His camp is
Yeah.
grasping for straws right now, because the actual answer is the dude just loves betting. The guy just loves betting.
Love him.
And do you like betting? I love him. And then for some reason, he decided to bet on his own team, which, as you said, is the thing that you are not allowed to do.
I mean,
Mhm.
everybody knows that's wrong. Everybody knows that is going, if you're doing that, you are putting yourself in max jeopardy to never play again.
And other people made this comparison today, but the Pete Rose defense of, but I was betting on my team. I wasn't betting against my team. Okay, that didn't work for him. I don't think that this is going to work for you.
It does not work.
It
that
did
way.
work out for Pete Rose, last year.
it worked out for Pete Rose. What happened last year?
They're like, oh, it doesn't matter what you did anymore. You can go into the Hall of Fame
And
now.
they still got to vote him in.
Yeah, and
still got to vote him
probably not
in.
going to happen.
Yeah, look, there's no defense for it because whether you are like, I wish there were more gambling ads, or you are someone who says they need to get all of these ads off of our television, to someone who says gambling shouldn't be legalized at all.
Mm-hmm.
I would bet that not betting on your own team,
I would bet,
has a, no pun intended, a 90 some odd % approval rating. Like this is something, again, the most fervent pro gambling to someone who's kind of in the middle on it, to someone who is very anti gambling. They pretty much all agree you cannot bet on your own team. And so good luck to you.
Mustache Adam. I only cheated on my wife to feel more connected to her. Mike Vrabel.
Tough. Yeah. Very tough.
It makes me play harder when I know that I'm responsible.
Interesting column wrote this weekend by Sam McEwen regarding the stuff from last week on what was
Calandria.
said by Anthony Calandria and his confidence. And it got me thinking.
Ooh.
So we'll discuss that. Then we'll pause. We'll probably have a little Evan Bland break.
Yep.
Talk a little baseball again.
Yep.
Baseball.
And then we might get back into this because there's a lot to unpack.
Lots to talk about.
So stick around. We'll be back on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, zonetv.live. And still in the development stages, but the new 1620 The app.
I thought it developed.
Well, the video part is
There's
still, we're still
there's a
working on
few back end things that we're tweaking.
the video and the podcast. We're still working on that.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, just to listen to us.
Oh, we sound great.
And it pops right up. You don't have to click any more buttons. You just open up the app and it automatically starts playing.
Real
Mhm.
But
streamlined.
soon you will have a quick link to video, a quick link to the podcast, and other things as well. Download it today, the all-new 1620 The app.
It also has a direct link to our 1620 The Zone TV YouTube channel where we post videos every day.
Don't search 1620 The app because I don't think you'll find it. You have to search 1620 The Zone, but we're
We're
nicknaming
going to
it
call it
1620 The app. Sam McEwen is a regular read anyway. Though this time I was alerted to it this morning because of something that Scott Docterman wrote in response. He actually quote tweeted Sam, and I found it very interesting to Sam's column today. I'll read you real quick the quote tweet. Oh, where did it go? Oh, here we go. Yeah. So Sam, put out a tweet yesterday, his Monday Rewind column. And this was actually inside the column, but PJ Fleck has averaged 7.8 wins in 8 non-COVID seasons at Minnesota. Given the Gophers' 60-game winning streak against the Huskers, including last year's 24-6 humiliation, this statement will smack of hubris. But 7.8 wins per season isn't what Matt Rule is here to achieve. Now, I'll stick a pin in that because we'll get into the meat of that later on. But Scott's quote tweet was friendly reminder that since 2017, Nebraska has the second fewest wins among Big Ten teams, better only than Rutgers. Nebraska, by the way, since 2017 has 42 wins. Minnesota has 66. Illinois has 51. And then in parentheses, Scott writes, including 19 in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everything's obviously factual there. But I thought that was interesting that because I sensed last week when we got it was mainly the Anthony Calandria stuff when he did the interview with On3 and mentioned how he came here to win 11 and 12 games. He came here to win a national title. This is what he came here to do. And there were a lot of people clapping back and saying, well, you guys have sucked forever. You're no good. Why are you
Why
talking?
don't you focus on beating Iowa and Minnesota
Exactly.
and Minnesota and Illinois?
Kind of the same kind of stuff that any kind of reporting, any kind of commentary on Nebraska football instantly gets met with, yeah, but you ain't done squat since blah.
And the way we talked about it in particular with Sipple on Tuesday was walk before you can run.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea that the
Mhm.
program needs to walk before it can run.
Mhm.
And I think that that's not what Scott Docterman said, but I certainly gathered he's talking about why are you talking like this about a Minnesota team that has owned you? Why are you talking
Right.
like this when you have the second worst record in conference in the last however many years is a pretty wild stat.
Yeah. So I thought it was kind of an interesting way to respond, given, two respected members of the media, not necessarily trying to score brownie points or trying to score hit points on Twitter, but it does put everything into perspective that Nebraska, in some people's estimation, might be trying to skip a rung or two on the ladder back up.
Yeah.
Because that's been a big argument in the money debate. When Matt Rule, and we played some of the audio last week, he was on a recent podcast that dropped last week about how, hey, we got to keep up. We've got to be aiming for the top, because if you're going to play at a national championship level, you got to have national championship money.
Mm-hmm.
And Yet, what was some of the clapback? Well, what have you done with the money that you've already gotten? You're already doing more than Iowa and Illinois and Minnesota, and yet you can't beat those guys. In the words of your athletic director, I'm speaking on behalf of those clapback fans, but in the words of your own athletic director, who asks every one of his coaches to get $1.25 out of every dollar spent, you're not even getting $1 out of every dollar spent.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that's been a lot of the clapback. And so that was kind of the point, at least as the way I took it. I don't know how you took it, Josh, of Sam's column was, A, he didn't have a problem with how Calandry was talking. You want that because he's kind of got that gunslinger mentality. This is why he came here. This is what he wants to do. And he had no problems with Matt Rule saying, yeah, if you want me to compete for a national title, you got to let me spend like we're competing for a national title.
Yeah, that's what Sam wrote. Everything about the way Rule operates suggests a fervent desire to be more than a regional program, more than teams, Iowa, Minnesota, Illinois, that have beaten NU in recent years. Given the 60-year history, that makes sense. It's a burden, of course, and at this point, an unfair one, but also understood when any coach takes the job. It's part of why Rule is open about the over-the-cap NIL costs. You want a national program, here's what it takes. It's uncomfortable, but honest. Matthew writes on YouTube, it can be done, skipping ladder rungs. Just ask Indiana. Problem is, I don't think it's possible with Rule. And I feel like, yet again, with this discussion, like the Calandria one, and not so much what he said, but the offshoot of the walking before you can run stuff, I feel like it is very multi-layered, and I feel like there's a lot of stuff that goes into this. You should ultimately want to attain to the top of the conference. I think that talking about that while ignoring that you can't beat the teams in your neighborhood, and dare I even say, are they in the neighborhood, or are they in a nicer neighborhood than even Nebraska is? I feel like that's a bit ridiculous. I would focus on those things before you can focus on the other. Is it possible to knock it out in one fell swoop? Yes, we just saw Indiana do it. Does Nebraska have the right coach to do it? Going back to what Matthew says, I would venture to guess no.
Well, and there's no doubt that's been one of the biggest things that Nebraska's lacked. They've lacked the coach. But it's a little more nuanced than that as well. Imagine, and we'll put a pause in this. I'll make this point. We'll put a pause. We're going to bring on Evan Bland, and then we'll get back to this. If 3 years ago, instead of hiring Matt Rule, Nebraska hired Curt Cignetti, how would that have been received around here? Hey, don't think of Curt Cignetti as what he is today. Think of what Curt Cignetti was 3 years ago. You would have gotten a lot of who?
It would have been Mike
What?
Riley. It would have been Mike Riley-esque.
Exactly.
I mean, it would have just been a rerun.
It would have been it would have been a lot of people saying, man, all we got was a less congenial Mike Riley.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What have you done? What have you ever done?
It's an older Bo Pelini. He's bringing a quarterback from Ohio. He's bringing half of his roster from JMU. I mean, that's what it would have been.
That's how it would have been received.
Yeah. And now 2 years later, it's like, can you find that? Can you find your Cignetti that can portal half his roster?
You know, Indiana, were they able to skip some rungs? Absolutely they were. But they caught, I hate to say caught lightning in a bottle because that analogy's been used around here in the past. But they did. They caught a perfect storm where they found a properly motivated, really good coach that everyone else had passed over, who happened to have access to some pretty doggone good players who, again, a lot of people passed over, came in, won. Then they had the 1 year where they had some proof of concept and a very large, much larger donor base and alumni base than what Nebraska has, got fired up in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
And it all blended together and has created what we now see today with Indiana. And I would say, Nebraska doesn't have those types of resources. And at the moment, I don't think Nebraska has the wherewithal to step outside of what its perception is of itself to lower itself to go hire a Kurt Signet.
Well, along those lines, and we can do this after Evan, I want it like something specifically that happened with him doesn't ever happen here. And I wonder if we can tie it back to Matt Rule a little bit.
Evan Bland of the Omaha World Herald will join us next here on 1620 The Zone. Well, so far so good in this area in terms of severe weather. Fingers crossed. It's all staying south right now. Still down there by Beatrice and Tecumseh and tracking off to the south. So for the moment, Oma Dome.
Holding strong, baby.
Holding strong.
Let's go.
You know, with all these new Super Bowls going to all these new stadiums and stuff, when does Oma Dome get to host a Super Bowl?
An excellent question.
You're guaranteed there's not going to be bad weather.
That's true. That's true. I mean,
because the Oma Dome's
cold.
here to protect us.
I mean, maybe a little cold.
Now, the next question is, is Oma Dome a member of the NCAA Baseball Selection Committee? Evan Bland, I mean, you're the one that did the research on this. Do we know if Oma Dome has a seat on the committee?
I don't think Oma Dome's an AD at some small school that I'm aware of. Mr. Oma Dome, yeah, I'm not sure if that's what the background is on that. But if we can copyright that for the College World Series next month and keep those games on track, I'll sign up for that.
Amen to that. As one who gets affected by how these things go with all 8 teams.
Let's have a nice normal week of baseball and no bad weather, please.
I agree. Evan, you did good work. You did the Lord's work today, doing a little bit of research on the selection process and teams with a similar standing as Nebraska has currently and their ability to host a playoff game. And the numbers right now look very positive if history is any guide.
Yeah, it is. I felt like it was something that fans needed to kind of digest going into conference tournament week, just because based on how the season ended for Nebraska, like it just seemed like the way I like to put it is the burden of proof shifted from why they should make it to why they shouldn't. Like that just seems like it's the harder case to make at this point. They won 7 in a row and everyone kind of, I think, gave up on the prospects after they got swept at Ohio State. But I mean, if you have an RPI of 10, like Nebraska has at this point, then I was just like, okay, well, like what are the situations where teams in that range get snubbed or they don't make it? And typically it was either when you look at the quad 1 records, and Nebraska is above 500 there, so you're in good shape, or it might be struggling in the conference, which you sometimes see in the ACC or SEC especially, and obviously not a problem for Nebraska. And strength of schedule sometimes too. Like I always thought of Fairfield from a handful of years ago, had like a way high RPI, but it didn't play anybody in the top 100 like all year. And Nebraska's strong in that regard too. So like, I just don't see a way to pick apart their resume when the worst case scenario this week is that the absolute worst case scenario, I guess, would be if they lose to Washington on Friday in the Big Ten tournament quarterfinal, but it's still 1 loss on a neutral site. And I guess you could look at some of the other teams that are potentially playing well this week. Maybe Oregon makes a run and passes, or maybe West Virginia and Kansas in the Big 12 tournament could do it. So you have some other options. I do think the one area that I wonder about still is the impact of the Diamond Sports rating on the selection committee's thought process this week, where that's going to be more of a factor. And so if they lean extra heavy on that, Nebraska, they've got DSR as Nebraska at 19 right now. So that's kind of the one area that maybe you look at and say you'd feel better if they could win another game or two. Just historically speaking, most of the elements and the pieces of Nebraska's profile line up to say that they're going to have postseason games at Haymarket Park here in about a week. Are you sensing, Evan, that at least this is the impression I'm getting, and we've had a couple of people comment. I did my own breakdown earlier on where I thought Nebraska was sitting, and it seems like a lot of people are really fixated on that sweep in Columbus against Ohio State. And I guess my message is, hey, the committee is going to be pulling back and looking at the whole picture. They're not going to be looking at one isolated weekend. Do you think that maybe some of the skepticism right now is rooted in, well, yeah, but that series 2 weeks ago at Ohio State really went bad? Yeah, I mean, I think that got a lot of people's attention nationally, but I think it's also worth noting, like, it's not like it's unprecedented. I mean, Florida State got swept by a bad Stanford team earlier this year, and you don't see people, knocking out the Seminoles from hosting because of that one weekend, or Virginia got swept by Pitt at one point, and Virginia is well on its way to being a solid regional team. So, like, yeah, that's certainly by far the worst weekend Nebraska had this year. But I also think it's worth pointing out that how did Nebraska follow up that weekend? They've won 7 in a row. They swept Iowa in front of 22,000 people, and they won and against Creighton, and then went to Minnesota and won a series and swept a series there too. So, like, if you're going to bring the recency piece into this thing, then get really recent and say this is one of the hotter teams in the country in the last 2 weeks from what they've done. And I think Ohio State's proven to be an okay team. They got up to I think the 6th seed in the Big Ten tournament with this week, so we'll see how they do. But I do think part of it's baseball. I think part of it's maybe it was finals week, maybe it was just the kind of the season catching up to them a little bit. But whatever it was, clearly they've shaken it off in the last couple of weeks. And I think certainly whether you want to go recency or big picture, Nebraska's still done more than enough to be in that top 16 discussion.
Evan, I was having a conversation with a friend that follows the team really closely this weekend, and there was this kind of a conversation we were having of like, how good is this team? How good is Nebraska? And less like, have they done enough to host? Because I think that we're all in agreement that they're putting themselves in a really good spot. But this person was like, because this was after the crazy Friday game, like, man, they have all these weird wins. And so I don't know what to kind of do with them, even though they are piling them up. And I know you watch the NFL. I compared them to last year's Bears. And I wonder what you think of that, where it's like they're winning a lot of games. Maybe you're not always going to trust them on the defensive side with their pitching, but they also, you can never count them out when they get down. I wonder what you think of the question of how good are they, and if you like that Bears comparison at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good one. Or as a Broncos fan, I felt that way about when the Tim Tebow Bronco teams that were just kind of finding wild ways to win, and deep down you're just kind of like, they're okay, but they're not as good maybe as their record is indicating. So, I mean, there's probably a little bit of that in there. They had to rally twice to beat Maine, and they came back against Michigan State, and obviously 6 down against Minnesota on Friday, and a handful of other wins like that. So, yeah, I think that's part of it. But like, I guess you have to kind of look at the other side too and say that they were able to come back. And I've covered Nebraska baseball for 10 years now, and there are a number of years where the Huskers in those situations would have next to zero chance to come back. Like, you just knew when one thing went the wrong way, like that was it. The season, or not the season, but the game was over at that point. And it's been the opposite this year, where sometimes the games go according to script, but when they don't, like, you're still kind of sitting there in the 7th or the 8th inning, and you're just like, there's probably a pretty decent chance that they're still going to find a way to string together some at bats and to come back. So I think for me, I mean, sometimes you don't want to be in a situation where you're having to rally back all the time. But like, if I'm looking at an area that's maybe a perceived weak point, to me, it's still that middle relief. And how do you cover the 6th and the 7th innings consistently once you get past the starter and before you get to Jay Sean Unger in the 8th and the 9th? They've had some guys kind of rise and fall this year. And I think for typically a top 16 seed regional host type program probably has its bullpen a little bit more in order. They probably weren't tinkering with the rotation into May the way that Nebraska was, but just the depth of the lineup and their unshakable belief that they're never out of it, I think has bought them a lot of time, given them a lot of margin for error. So I guess to bring it all the way around, maybe the DSR ranking's a little bit more accurate for where Nebraska is, where again, top 20 team, maybe not top 10 the way that RPI has it, but a group that's just, you can never count them out. They have a few warts, but man, just their ability to battle through the emotions of a baseball game are really high, and just the depth of that talent to make sure they're never out of a game.
Evan Bland joining us from the Omaha World Herald, omaha.com. You mentioned bullpen a little bit ago, but what about the starting rotation? I mean, it seems like it's been the last 4 or 5 weeks. There's been somebody new in one of at least the 3 slots. It doesn't feel like Nebraska has that staff ace that we've seen so many other Nebraska teams of your have in these types of magical runs. How do you think their weekend rotation affects this team moving ahead into the postseason?
Well, I think you feel good about Carson Yassa leading it off. He was the most consistent in Big Ten play. He's the pro prospect who can miss bats with upper 90s heat and confound you with a breaking pitch and a bunch of different off-speed offerings. So I think you feel good about him. Ty Horn he's been quite the story this year. He goes to the bullpen for 3 weeks to kind of figure some things out, and I think he found his inner dog a little bit in those last couple of starts where he's just letting his fastball go and he's himself again, kind of seeing the Ty Horn that Nebraska saw late last season. And then, beyond that, it is a little bit dicey. I mean, you got Gavin Blackwitz, who's been up and down. He's a sophomore, and the coaches really wanted to manage his workload this year as a guy who was a freshman reliever and now pitching way more than he ever has. So you kind of work through that. And then Cooper Katsky, probably the most volatile of all, where he's been great at times in the midweek. And then there's been moments where the command has just totally left him. So I still think it's a staff that potentially could be an advantage or an asset in a regional setting where you have to play 3 or 4 games in a weekend. And that has not always been the case when Nebraska's gotten into the postseason. I mean, oftentimes it's been 1 or 2 guys, and then there's a pretty sharp drop off, which is a big reason why they haven't been able to get out of that round in 20 years. But I do think if those guys are on the upside or, showing the upper end of what they can do, then that's the kind of thing that can get you through losing a game in a regional and showing that depth. So again, probably not ideal that you've been tinkering with that sequence of pitchers into May, but I think they've all shown enough that if on a given day they're pitching well, I think Nebraska can hang with anyone.
Evan, a 2-parter for you. Like if we're right and they do host, what will this mean for the program from the big picture perspective to finally get an opportunity to do this again? And then B, like granular level, what do you think it means for next week? I mean, obviously it would give them a tremendous advantage given the home field record that they have had throughout 2026.
Yeah, I think, big picture, the program was already trending in a pretty good direction, just in the sense of they're going to be fully scholarshiped in a couple of years. I think that's probably something that we haven't really talked about enough with this team, is that they're right in this moment that they're roughly half of their team is scholarshiped, and they're doing this against SEC, ACC teams that are almost entirely fully scholarshiped. And so that's going to be a gap that they close here in the next couple of years. Obviously the clubhouse renovation piece that hasn't been touched since the park opened in 2002. You see the crowds that have shown up, especially USC and Iowa weekends, like those are rivaling what the turnout was during the high points of the Big 12 era in the mid 2000s. So like certainly Husker Nation has gotten behind this team. I think they've bought into what they want to do. So yeah, I think long term, like this allows you to be more competitive with other recruits. The thing Will Bold often says is, think about how much the world has changed since 2008 when they hosted last. I mean, not all the games were on TV at that time. And so now you've got national coverage and the chance to open up eyes of recruits around the nation. So that's big stuff, in that regard too. So I imagine you're going to see a big crowd Friday in Omaha, Saturday, and potentially Sunday if they make it that far. And then, just to talk about the regional atmosphere, excuse me. Yeah, it's going to be unbelievable. I think they'll probably push 8,000 people if that ends up being what it is. Obviously, if the weather's good, that's going to be a big part of it. And the other piece that I was kind of thinking about is when Nebraska has hosted previously, I would say with the exception of when Miami came in that super regional year, they really haven't had big brand name programs come to Haymarket Park. So, what a scene it would be if 2-seed Arkansas comes rolling in, or maybe LSU squeaks in as a disrespected 3-seed and comes to, like, who knows how that could shake out. But I think that other piece of like, who's the 2 or the 3 that comes in that maybe brings a fan base would add even another layer to it.
Evan Bland joining us from the Omaha World Herald. So this week, obviously, it's the Big Ten tournament. It's a different format for the third straight year, but at least of all the years where it changed, it seems like this one benefits Nebraska about as good as any. And as we've seen, they've already conquered the previous two.
Yeah, we'll see if they can go 3 for 3 on 3 different formats. But it's, I think I actually really like this format. The format a year ago was rough. It was confusing. It opened the door to those inconsequential games. I think this one is more reflective of the Big Ten's standing nationally, where you want to protect those top 4 seeds and limit their exposure to a loss to just one in those single elimination games. I mean, their resumes are already made. Maybe they can add a little bit to it, but you don't want to risk much. And then if you're seeds 5 through 12, like it's a chance to play multiple games, potentially win multiple games, work your way back onto the NCAA bubble. I think that's Michigan and Purdue this week would be those teams in that category. But I think they've found a good balance there between how do you protect your high achievers, but while also maybe working to allow another bid or two from your teams in the middle of the pack to work their way up. So I think it's a format fans are going to get behind. It's going to be a lot of baseball, certainly Tuesday and Wednesday especially. But it's a format I think that's more digestible, and certainly if you're Nebraska, it's one that allows you to reset your pitching and maybe limit the stress you put on your guys before the games really matter a week later.
You can read his great work on omaha.com or in the Omaha World Herald. Evan Bland. Evan, we appreciate you pinch hitting for us today. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Anytime, guys. Thanks.
You bet.
Thank you, Evan.
Evan Bland joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Speaking of comebacks, of course, Nebraska had a couple of comebacks this weekend. The Texas Tech softball comeback.
Oh, my gosh. Ridiculous.
It is the most insane comeback of all time. If you missed this, they were down 8-0 in the final inning. Had one on with 2 out. They had one on with 2 out.
And they were down 8-0.
And they were down 8-0. And they won.
Mm-hmm.
They won. In the history since 2000 of the NCAA softball tournament, teams trailing by at least 8 runs had been 0 for 640. 0 for 640. That's just trailing by 8 runs.
Let alone 8 runs, final inning with one out.
1 out to go.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's preposterous because every batter after that
had to reach. Every batter had to reach.
Had to hit the ball or had to take a walk or I guess get plunked by the ball. That's what they had to do every single time. And they did.
And as unplausible as it seems, just impossible. You could squint your eyes. Oh yeah, okay. So they were playing probably some Division II team or something. They were playing. No, they were playing Ole Miss.
It was in the NCAA tournament.
In the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
And they ended up winning 10-9.
I cannot imagine being Ole Miss and having that
Woof.
lead and where you're feeling great and then you lose somehow.
Woof.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to come back and get back to what we were talking about before Evan joined us, and that is Sam McEwen's column and just where Nebraska is. And I think I have come to a realization now when it comes to Nebraska and their place in the world.
Okay.
On 1620 The Zone.
No.
We'd been doing the bangers and mash sweepstakes.
Bananas and bangers.
Yes, I know, but I like bangers and mash.
Boy.
Brett was our winner.
Oh, shout out Brett.
Brett was our winner. We had a lot of entries. A lot of people were excited about this. So now he's going to go see the Savannah Bananas in a suite at Memorial Stadium and get his ducts clean.
Ducks
Clean.
Oh, okay, that's
his
cool.
AC and heating ducts. And he's going to get $200 in cash.
Tight.
Those are the types of things you can win, but you've got to go to our website, 1620thezone.com. Because we have other contests that we run all the time.
Mhm.
Got that 5K golf thing going on right now. Got some concert tickets going on right now. Hell, there might be more things coming in the near future.
Awesome.
Win 30 days of servitude from Josh Peterson. That contest coming up soon.
That's my favorite one. We're actually allowed to win that one. Did you know that?
I know. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
That's why
interesting.
I'm stacking the odds in my favor.
Mhm.
And the best part, it's in September.
Oh,
So Josh will have to do all this stuff for you, and he won't be able to watch football.
I don't like that.
every Sunday in the fall and winter, Josh, you're mine.
I hate that. But you can register to win other prizes.
Yes, you can.
Other
1620thezone.com. So back to the conversation with regarding Sam McEwen's Rewind column this week. One of the things that has kind of stumped people or has kind of been a roadblock for folks when it comes to hearing things like, hey, Nebraska needs more money if they want to compete. They need more this, they need more that. Nebraska's got a lot of stuff right now. They have some of the best facilities in the country,
which costs money.
which cost a lot of money. They have some of the best fan support in the country. They're one of the top 10 biggest budget football programs in the country among the public schools, the ones we know of for sure, because obviously the private schools don't.
So they're probably at the very least in the top 15. At the very least.
And like it or dislike it, it's just a fact. It's something that is true. It has been true for generations, and it will continue to be true until I have proof that it's not. And that is this state and its people expect results and do expect you to stretch that dollar. They do expect you to overachieve. And you may think that's not fair, but that is what Nebraska has done historically. So if there's like a sentiment in Sam's column that I take umbrage with, it's the idea that I don't even know if Sam was intending to do this. So maybe this was partially in how I read it, but how I read it was, hey, Nebraska sees itself as a national program. They spend like it's a national, or they've been spending like it's a Nebraska.
They've won like a national
They've
program.
won like a national program. So that's what they're always going to be. Well, they didn't get there because they were born on third base. They got there because they had to work their tails off to get there. I have said it many times. This is the most overachieving program historically in college sports history, in my opinion. When you look at the money sports of football and men's basketball, no program from a smaller state has won more football than Nebraska. It's and second isn't even close. And we're still a small state.
And we always will be a small state.
Yeah, unless
we don't have offerings here, geographically or
unless
geologically.
unless Google brings all their jobs to Nebraska. It's going to be that way.
The tourism will always be what it is,
And so this idea that, Nebraska can skip rungs on the ladder to the top, I don't think you can when you have been underachieving. And I think Nebraska has been underachieving based on what it has been given.
And based on how much they spend.
Inherited and how much they have spent.
Type of players they bring in, et cetera, et cetera.
I think, using the whole, $1.25 for every dollar analogy that Troy Dannon spelled out about a month ago, I think Nebraska last year got about 65 cents on that dollar from last year's team. I really do. They did not, given the schedule that they had and the talent advantages they should have had against at least half of those opponents, more than half of those opponents, I think they underachieved greatly. And so at some point, you've got to achieve before you start overachieving, because I don't see a path to Nebraska being Nebraska again without some level of overachieving, because that's how Nebraska's done it historically.
Well, and then doesn't that bring up an uncomfortable conversation in all this? And maybe it's not uncomfortable, but whenever we talk about the good old days, like there was a comment a moment ago from Matthew, our football team needs an identity more than we need money. Don't disagree with that, right? In theory.
Mhm.
Who creates the identity?
The team does.
And
the program does. And to a lesser degree, I think the people and the culture around it, the expectations around it create that.
And ultimately, I would say the head coach.
Yes.
And so why did they overachieve for however many years you want to define them overachieving? How did they do that? In my opinion, the answer is they had two of the best head coaches going at that time. Bob Devaney, by the time he retired, was the best coach in college football, was he not? If he wasn't, he was on the short list. And the Bear. I mean, seriously, it was
him
and Bear Bryant.
It was Bear. It was.
I guess who was Notre Dame's coach at the time? I don't even remember. Was it Eric Parsons?
Well, but Notre Dame kind of bounced through coaches. Yeah. But in the moment that he retired,
he was probably at worst second best coach in the country.
It's Bear Bryant, it's Bob Devaney, it's Darrell Royal, it's John McKay.
Yeah,
there's your four.
And
right
what's
there.
his name at Ohio State? Woody Hayes.
So
he was a top 5 coach. When Tom Osborne retired, he was the best coach in the country. Full stop.
Sure.
I know that others had won national titles and would win them kind of around his era, right? You had Bobby Bowden, you had Steve Spurrier. Bear Bryant was gone. Nick Saban hadn't done anything yet. He was the dude. Miami had run through so many coaches.
Yeah, he was the best.
I mean, that I don't want to make it so simple. And whenever we talk
Sometimes simple is good.
Whenever we talk about Curt Cignetti, we talk about a variety of things, right? Oh, he brought his staff and like the thing that I wanted to mention before we went to break last time was he was able to do it at a program where they didn't ask him any questions. He couldn't have done it here for a variety of reasons. The biggest one is like, look how we treated Mike Riley. I mean, really, I just use that as like this evidence against hiring somebody like him. And maybe next time, because it worked with Cignetti, it will be allowed to try to kind of foster. But Curt Cignetti is if he's not the best coach in college football right now, he is like top 3 at worst. I tend to view him as that because he won a championship at Indiana, which is impossible until last year.
I mean, think about how ludicrous that sounded as short as 3 years ago.
It sounded ludicrous a year ago. Nobody even thought they could do this a year ago. It was like, cute story, right? And so, again, it's a simple answer, but it's a hard question or I guess it's a simple question, but it's a hard question to answer. How do you find that guy? Mm-hmm. And so, do they need more money? Sure, of course they do. I don't view the problems of Nebraska football right now as a money problem. I just don't know how you can, because again, not to do the whole walk before you can run. They haven't solved crisis number 1. They haven't. Crisis number 1 is take care of yourself around your peers, or again, the schools that have gone above you a little bit and no longer are your peers. They have to do that. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I would love it if they had more money. Yeah, it'd be nice if they had more draft picks, but that doesn't solve the problem of where they currently sit, where another, goofy graphic comes out over the weekend. If you started the 2014 playoff in 2014, which is the year of the first playoff, it's not an arbitrary start date. It is the year of the first playoff. Nebraska is one of 7 schools in the power leagues that would not have made a playoff. I think the number, Happer said it this morning, I think it was 80 different schools, because you'd have, of course, G5 and all those likes, right? Like that is a preposterous number that Nebraska is not on a list for. It's a preposterous number.
It is.
And so that's why I am someone, look to Oregon and Ohio State and say, chase them down. That's the goal. That you should always want to be the best. And I do not think that this program should ever strive away from that. I think they should always want that. But man, they have a lot of other stuff to do before I can even begin to imagine that. It's going into year 4. And I was thinking about it because I read Sipple last week and he said something about like playoff expectations. And I was thinking, in like a normal time or in a previous era, we would have been saying, yep, now's the time to really make that jump. And I'm not even allowing myself to think that way. Mm-hmm. For me, a jump is like, can they get to 7? Can they get to 8? against this schedule. And that's when I admit to myself and to everybody, that's the expectations for me have dropped very low. Whereas with Bo, I never did that. I never would have said, as long as he gets to 9, I'm okay. Because I held the program to a much higher standard.
Sure.
And that's why his era has suddenly retroactively looked very good by comparison. But you have to remember, in 2012 and 13 and 14 and 11, like, we still viewed them as, not that far away in the rearview mirror from those great years. Now it's so far in the rearview. Now it's so far away. And so that's where I suddenly say, can you get to 8?
Yeah.
Can you get $1? Can you get $1 out of the dollar?
Exactly. It's hard for me. It's hard for me to imagine Nebraska succeeding just because they can, money whip the problem, because they've never done that. A program like this, from a state like this, from the resource pool that it has to overachieve. They have to, because they've got 1/4 the alumni base of Indiana. I think it's either a third or maybe it's a fourth of the alumni base of Ohio State.
I was going to say it's a very similar
I don't know
number.
what Oregon's is, but I'm guessing it's smaller than Oregon's too, a lot smaller. Also, just the population base. The population base, whether you went to the school or didn't go to the school, it is smaller. Nebraska doesn't have that sugar daddy. They don't have a Phil Knight. They don't have Mark Cuban.
Ohio State 600,000, Oregon even 275. And so Ohio State, we know how they do it. Oregon, they have Phil Knight.
They have Phil Knight.
Yeah.
I can't see Nebraska succeeding without some level of overachievement. And so far they've been underachieving. And I said going into break, I have reached a conclusion. We have said for a lot of years, Nebraska was trending towards being the next Minnesota. I think that day is here.
You think they are Minnesota?
A former great power that is no longer in that echelon.
It's already here.
I mean, think about it, Josh. If they don't win the conference this year, it'll be 27 years since their last conference title. You mentioned the what if on the playoff expansion. If we had a 2014 playoff starting in 2014, then Nebraska would have been one of the power schools not to ever make one. Just one.
Think about that, because we view
just
that number,
making one.
We view that number as such like a horribly low barrier for entry.
I believe that, we have now an entire generation that does not know. They've heard the stories, but that's it. I mean, if you put this into perspective, I believe Minnesota's last national title was 60,
I think it's 60, isn't
1960?
it? I think it's 60 on the dot.
So I'm going to put myself in the position of it's 1986.
1960.
1986.
How did you view them in 1986?
As,
I mean, really, it's Ginsburg. I don't think about you at all.
Exactly.
Why would you?
No one thought of Minnesota. That's how long it's been. I think they've reached that status. Now, that is not a death sentence. That doesn't mean that they can't be great again. But it has been now a generation.
I mean, you would admit,
since this program was what it was.
I think you would admit the biggest difference between 1986 Minnesota and now, beyond just the media infrastructure, is like there is still a want to,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's not a perfect analogy. Obviously, one of the things that led to the downfall of Golden Gopher football,
professional sports,
was the introduction of professional sports. First the Giants, it wasn't the Giants. Could have been the Giants. First it was the Nationals moving, or I guess it was the Senators, moving there and becoming the Twins, and then the Vikings.
Mm-hmm. And that really
took
fits.
A lot of the attention away. And
it fits right in line with Minnesota Gopher football.
It's different here because it still matters here. It's still very important here. But just in terms of the performance and what they've done on the field and where they are in the stratosphere of the pantheon of the great programs, they are what Minnesota became in the 1980s.
I mean, the comparison fits because it's all of the really goofy stats that have kind of popped up recently,
Sure.
whether it's the NFL draft numbers and it's this 2014 playoff, they wouldn't be there. It's the lack of ranked wins. I mean, it's like, you know that things have been bad the last decade, right? Like, we all know that. We've watched them. They had a lot of seasons under 500. They missed a bowl every year between 2017 and 2023. And then you see this other stuff, and it's like, wow, was it even worse somehow than we realized in the moment? Because we go through the cycle, and I feel like we're already seeing it again. Oh, they could be this, and they could be that, and they could break through. And you know, for me, I've just reached this breaking point of like, I really got to see it before I can believe it. You know, I really do, until I'm going to buy in. And I hit another one of those with that graphic that I saw this weekend, you know?
I'll answer Matthew's question. We'll have more when we continue.
Okay.
402-951-1620. Michael Severe Monday also coming up on 1620 The Zone. Matthew asks, how do we get back to the overachieving? I'm with you, but how do we get back to that? I've said, Nebraska's the reason why they succeeded for as many years as they did. They were a classic overachiever. They were able to do more with less. They were able to do such great things with a small population state, a small talent base from which to draw from. Now, part of that was they did recruit nationally. They had a great reputation. The easiest response to that is they worked harder. They just did.
Yeah.
They worked harder and they worked smarter and they were innovative. The problem is it's harder to be innovative today because innovations spread like wildfire, right?
Mm-hmm.
The idea behind the weight room and the training table and all that stuff. There were also some, like with the weight training, there were some preconceived notions of, even Devaney, and he's told this, or this story's been told many times of, well, we just don't want a bunch of guys they lose their flexibility. They'll get slower with all this weight training. We bulk them up. They'll just become these big muscle.
It was a market inefficiency because people were wrong. They didn't know what they were doing.
Exactly.
And they took advantage of something that people weren't doing.
It's harder because now people, I don't want to say that people back in the 60s weren't educated, but I think we are smarter as a society about
absolutely
the limitations of the human body, the abilities of the human body, and so being innovative, it's just harder to do because you got so many people now looking outside the box. I mean, analytics is one of those things, people looking outside the box.
Yeah.
So it really boils down to working harder. And let's face it, if you want like a benchmark of what, in my view, overachieving would be, or something you could do that would lead you to that, it would be if you had the chance to take talent, raw talent, and make them achieve beyond what was expected of them. Be a great developer. Do to some degree. I know
what Iowa's doing.
Exactly. People get fixated on the record and say, well, Iowa doesn't try to win championships, blah, blah, blah. But what Iowa does in terms of cranking out pro talent is a level of overachievement, right? Because they bring in, their recruiting classes aren't typically rated that high. They've taken a lot of guys and they have been able to turn that into pro prospects. That would be one area where I would say, yeah, Nebraska is definitely overachieving, where they're taking guys who are 2- and 3-star guys and making them pros, making them all-America caliber players.
Well, and again, to go back to, not to just like lean into recruiting over and over and over, they're recruiting at a top 30, 25 to 30 level, right? Like in theory, they are doing that. If you are developing those guys, you are a top 15 to 20 team, And if this playoff expansion ends up happening, if we get to 24, a little bit of development makes you a playoff team.
Sure.
On average, just some nice, solid development. Iowa level development at Nebraska's recruiting prowess makes you a playoff contender today before the playoff expands, And so, like, how do you get out of this? Again, not to make it so simplistic, but it's about really good coaches. It's about really good coaches who can develop those guys. And I've been really thinking a lot about Rule over the last few months and the timing of it. People always do the, fun, goofy questions for mailbags or whatever. I had one recently that I was asked. It was like, Matt Rule, what would have been the best time ever for him to get hired at Nebraska? Was it now? Was it some time else? And my answer was after Callahan. If you give him that era of Nebraska football with those players, first of all, and the previous iteration of the sport. I don't want to say like he's going to win a national championship, but I think that that's a really nice era. Now, I also think a lot of coaches would have succeeded in that era because the roster that they inherited was very good. But I just wonder sometimes if you look at Rule and you say, wow, he didn't do really well with the Panthers, but he did in college football. He'll be good in college football again. But now college football is so much like the NFL. And is this the right guy for the right time? And And that's not say fire the guy or whatever. It's just, can his style of coaching work today?
Mm-hmm.
And so far, the answer has been no, at least not to his previous level at Temple and in particular year 3 at Baylor. Can it in the future? Of course it could. It's just how? How can he do that? The edges right now, we always wonder that. What is the modern edge? You brought up weight training. Of course, they took advantage of Prop 48. Kenneth brought up the walk-on program, a few minutes ago. The most recent edge that we saw was Kurt Cignetti bringing in numerous players from his previous spot. I would say that was the edge he found. Beyond great talent development and all, that was the edge. We are about to see a ton of copycats. We're seeing it with Oklahoma State, for example. They are bringing in all these dudes from North Texas, and they're trying to recreate what happened down there. Will it work? Will it not? I don't know. There are going to be a lot of copycats that suck because that's what happens with copycats. But that was in a sport where it's like, wow, it's almost impossible to find edges anymore. Cignetti found one. I can't predict what the next edge is. None of us can. If we could, we would be inside of those programs. We would be inside of those offices. Because with 138 schools and 60 whatever power schools and all of the money that goes into it, I mean, there's computing power, there's brain power, there's all this power that is going on to try to find the smallest ways to be great on the football field. I don't know what the next one is. That's what you hope to find. That's what you always hope to find.
All these programs are just out here edging.
Exactly, Nick. They are edging. And Nebraska's done a bad job at it so far.
Terrible editing.
Jordan writes, get your ducks in a row before trying to get an advantage over everyone. I think he also wrote, I think Nebraska should stop looking outside the box and start looking inside the box.
The call is coming from inside the box.
And again, as much as Nebraska overachieved historically to get the greatness they got, I think today they are underachieving or have underachieved over the last several years.
Again, if you just go by roster and where the talent ranks, they're a top 25 program. Their performance has been anything but. They have not finished inside the top 25, I think, since 12, 13. I mean, so we're talking, again, another dumb stat. How many teams have been inside the top 25 in the final AP poll since Nebraska last did? I mean, I could write, that's another depressing exercise that could turn into a graphic from On3, but I'm going to look it up now. It's too many schools.
By the way, Josh, here's an example of a tornado emergency.
Where's that at?
That is Pawnee City. That's far southeastern Nebraska. That's south of Tecumseh. That is a confirmed tornado that is threatening a populated area.
Ooh, not great.
In terms of proximity to Omaha, many, many, many miles to the south, all of these storms are staying to the south. It's almost as if there is this field structure roof that is preventing the really bad stuff from happening here. I can't put my finger on it. I can't really give you a great analogy. It just feels like there's like this element that is stopping this stuff from threatening Omaha at the current time.
God likes Omaha.
Unrelated. Have you ever read that Stephen King novel, Under the Dome?
Yeah.
Nice.
I hated it.
It's a Michael Severe Monday next.
I love him, though.
On 1620 The Zone.
I don't know. I don't like that Severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty, something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael's black.
Man, this would be a perfect day if, Michael had actually pursued something more, true to his name. I mean, this severe weather outbreak. It's time for severe weather.
Turned it down multiple times. Multiple times I said no. Told Mac James no in Monroe. I told multiple news directors in Albuquerque no. I was like, no way in the world.
I am not going to meteorology school. I refuse.
It's not even that. It's that I just can't stand talking about the weather. And so, what am I going to do? So all these thunderstorm warnings and everything, I understand there's places that have tornadoes and it's, you want to save people's lives and all that and get that. But look, man, I'm in my basement. What am I going to do? I can't move my car in the garage. I live in East Omaha. We don't have any spaces that the car doesn't fit in the garage. So it's going to sit up. It's going to get hail damage. We're going to lay on the car and stop the hail. I mean, there's nothing I can do. So you can keep cutting into all these sporting events. What am I going to do? There's nothing I can do. I'm just going to sit here.
Michael, it's a good thing you weren't a hockey fan on Saturday because you wouldn't have seen any of that.
Oh,
game.
I've heard. I told you the first week I was here, I called into KETV to complain because they had cut back the NBA playoffs into a little box. And I was like, what are you doing? It's just windy. Nothing going on outside.
It's weird to think about Michael saying, I want more NBA.
It is.
That was a long time ago.
A future employer and saying, you guys are idiots.
Yeah, not future. It was current. I was already working there.
The calls come from inside the house.
The calls come from the house. Yeah, I called. It was Kerry Chambers. Kerry Chambers answered the phone. And I was like, you don't know me yet, but let me tell you something. It's not that bad out there. Be cutting off this basketball game.
The idea of you being a meteorologist, especially on days that you think are awesome and everybody else hates, would be so funny. But, it's a beautiful 45-degree cloudy day tomorrow. And you're like jumping for joy. And they're like, what the hell?
Can you imagine Michael doing, how the Channel 7, they do, this is one of our top 10 days of the year. It's like 38 degrees. This is a top 10 day we got coming up tomorrow.
I would have a hoodie on instead of rolling my sleeves. I put a hoodie on and be like, yeah, it's hoodie weather, everybody. Let's go.
See, I mean, the late, great Mike Leach, one of the best things, it's worth your time.
Friend of the Grum.
When he did the forecast
rain and mud
down in Lubbock, talk about raining mud, and he goes on for like 6 minutes.
Yeah.
I need a week of Michael doing the weather as a bit.
Oh, that'd be a good
on
idea.
Channel 7. You're just a guest forecaster, and you can just hype up all the weather that most people hate. And it's like, severe weather? Yeah, there's a tornado. You ain't going to be able to stop it. Now back to your regular programming.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know what you can do to stop this thing. Listen, I got here in 2002. I believe Hallam was in 2004, I think.
Yes.
So I remember going to Hallam, and I had been to big tornado. Matter of fact, I met Soledad O'Brien at a massive tornado that happened between Arkansas and Texas, a little bit in Arkadelphia. Wiped out 2 colleges, wiped out a town. We were there for about 3 or 4 days. I was doing live shots there when I was in Monroe. And I'll tell you, it was devastating to watch. But that's not a thunderstorm. That's a different thing that meteorologists talk about. That's a tornado. We spent a lot of time talking about thunderstorms here, and it's a thunderstorm. What's going to do?
By the way, the stuff that made all the news across the country yesterday was close to your in-laws. Did you?
I know. What was the name?
What
was the name of that town, Chris? Next to St. Paul?
It's St.
Libory. Yeah, Libory. Yeah, they have great watermelons. Their watermelons are, diamonds. Just
why are you laughing?
Watermelons. Look, man. I like watermelon. I ain't gonna lie.
You're like, hopefully the town's okay, and he's like, they have really good watermelons.
They have really good watermelons, dude.
Why you were laughing?
Yeah. Appropriate. They have lots of good vegetables there when you drive through there, but their watermelons are exceptional. They both yellow meat and red meat watermelons too. So check them out.
I don't like watermelons.
What?
Neither do I.
You don't like water? Neither one of you like watermelon? God.
I'm a cantaloupe guy, though.
I know what they say about you guys on the on the message board. It's all true.
Now they have.
It's all true. I'm thinking about, what do you think about this as an idea? I was thinking about this today.
All right.
So I sue the Jet Award Foundation. I'm the only employee. So I sue it. I find in judgment of myself, and then I just pay me. What do you think about that as a concept? I heard other people are doing it. I heard other people are doing it.
Yeah, it seems like you can get away with whatever you want to do these days,
Seems
Michael.
You can do stuff like that. Just sue your own people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what it seems like to me. Yeah.
I think it
Just
could
checking.
probably happen. Good
It
luck.
could happen. It definitely could happen. Michael sent me his schedule tidbits.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
From Nebraska. He's been doing some schedule recon. And the first thing that stood out to me.
Thanks for sending it to me, Michael.
Well, you don't. I send you stuff and you just like throw it in the trash. I know John will see it.
That's not true.
I read
I've
these
taken
things.
your stuff and used it on the show.
Here's a
I gave it to John because John makes graphics occasionally, and I thought maybe John might want to do it later in the week. That's why I gave it.
I might do this. That's actually a
I
great
did
idea.
see Michael tweeted this stuff out though.
It's
earlier this
actually
week.
a
I
great
saw it.
idea.
Yeah.
You know, the key to getting Josh to read it, just put mine in there, and then
don't put mine in your title. I used Michael's dumb debates question last week. I literally read his email on the show, and then we made fun of your signature, Michael, for being in Comic Sans.
Oh, would you love Comic Sans? Who doesn't love Comic Sans? What are you talking about? One of the greatest moments in basketball history is when the Cleveland owner wrote it. That was incredible. It was better because it was LeBron and Comic Sans. That went great together, in my opinion. Who doesn't love Comic Sans? Love it.
Anyway, going back to your scheduled tidbits,
Yeah.
One thing that stood out to me. So the Washington game, week 9, Huskies are coming off of a bye week. Nebraska's coming off a bye week.
Idle.
Yep.
Idle week.
Idle week. Yep.
As we like to call it. But that Matt Rule is only 3-11 against the spread after an idle week.
Yeah. But he's won his last 2 games, just didn't cover. But he did win the last 2. So at least he won those games. If you go back, Temple and Baylor, yes, he didn't even win those games, most of them. He's got, and it's not just him. If you go back, the same thing was true with Frost, right? And Frost didn't win a lot of games overall, but you go back even further, look at Riley's career, going back to Oregon State, and same thing. And then Bo had a stretch where he couldn't win games before the bye or after the bye. It was very weird. So, yeah, you always think about that being such an advantage. But for some coaches, maybe they overthink it. Maybe they work them too hard. Maybe they don't work them enough. I don't know the reason for it, but he has struggled in that situation.
I was going to say, when you hear that a coach struggles in any level of football, college and pro, they struggle coming off of that off week. What do you usually chalk that up to?
Being that most coaches are pretty anal, I would think it's overthinking. I would think it's putting too much into it, spending too much time going over the game plan. I doubt very seriously that most coaches, I'd say 95% of the coaches are that. I doubt probably 5% of the coaches are like, hey, just go play, have fun, go out, guys, no curfew. I don't think that's the case for most coaches. So I would say they overthink it. We remember Bo, right? Bo, anytime it was a big game, he crushed down on his team harder. They made their malt pucker up. He puckered up. His coaching staff puckered up, and just got to. Maybe the same thing is true when you get a whole week off. Instead of giving them a couple of days, you're like, no, we're gonna make sure we get in this early. We're gonna get the game plan in place and all that. I would guess that the thing that stood out to me was it's still from last year, right? They still haven't won back-to-back road games since 06. And then I went back and I looked at all of the teams in the Big Ten to see if that was common or not. And the only team that hasn't done it by the time that Nebraska was Maryland. I mean, you got to go way back to 03 in the ACC when they did it last. But then Nebraska's at 06, and then there's one that's 07. But you see a lot, like Rutgers did it not too long ago. Purdue did it not too long ago. A lot of schools that aren't the ones considered to be like Nebraska have done it. But for some reason, Nebraska can't get over the hump. And if you notice on that list, John, how many times Minnesota was one of the 2 teams?
Yeah.
You see that? Minnesota was one of the 2 teams several times. It's very weird.
It is. It is bizarre.
Yep.
How that seems to work out. And Minnesota was kind of the focus of Sam's column today, and we've spent some time on this today. You know, he Sam McEwen pronouns was reacting to the Anthony Calandria stuff and how with Matt Rule, you know, he should be aiming for a big number in terms of dollars, because that's where the champions live right now, is in that big dollar figure. But the hang up that a lot of people have is, man, but you're not getting the most out of what you're already getting. You can't beat these teams. Can Nebraska skip a rung on the ladder up to becoming great just by money whipping the problem?
I know, I believe in money whipping. I believed in money whipping many times, and Nebraska has failed to money whip a number of times getting a good coach. Not saying that Matt Rule's not a good coach, but I like the idea of money whipping and bringing people in.
Mm-hmm.
There's a saying that just because something is true, it doesn't mean you have to talk about it. That's simple. Look, I know that Nebraska needs to have this much money, and they don't want to be in the world of Illinois and Minnesota and Iowa. I get that, but there's no reason to talk about it because it makes you look silly. I love Sam, and I get what he was writing, and I bet it benefited what he wanted it to benefit because it got attention, and people are paying attention to what he wrote because of the headline and because of what it is. But come on, man, you can't have that conversation. You can't even have the conversation out loud. You could have it in your offices. You could talk about it in the newsroom. But to put it out there and address Minnesota, where you haven't beaten them in 6 straight, and Iowa, which is basically since Bo left, has pretty much owned them. And I mean, you just can't do it. It's just, you're just getting beaten and beaten too badly by these teams to talk about what the next rung. You've been on ladders. Have you tried skipping runs on a ladder? You end up on your ass, right? You can't do that. And that's what Nebraska's problems have been, I think, at times. What Matt Rule has to do, and it's something that he's done better this offseason, is that he just needs to work. Nothing else. Just work. Just work to get to the point to where when you leave a season, you feel that you accomplish more than most people expected you to finish. Just outdo the expectation occasionally. And it's been a long time since Nebraska outdid the expectations. It hasn't happened since he's been here, so just do that.
Is he doing himself in the program a disservice, he being Matt Rule, talking about the money as much as he had over the last few months?
I think if you're talking about the money, you don't have to talk. I don't think, and maybe you do, have to talk about it to everybody. You need to talk to the money people. I was having a conversation with a guy that I march with for the 50-mile march. And John does well, and big contributor, and loves the program and wants to know more about the program. So he and a bunch of other guys had like an NIL thing where they would have this event, like a big red breakfast. They got together every breakfast every week. I think it was every week. And they'd bring in a coach or they'd bring in a player because they just wanted to be more into it. In that group, that's when you talk about it. You're talking about it then, straight to the money people. Here's where we are. Here's what we need to do. Does it need to be talked about as much in these little side podcasts and interviews? I don't know, because it really makes you look funny because all the money you're spending now isn't good enough. So somebody saying, you say to them and go, hey, but if you just give me $20 more million, I've shown you with the money. You haven't shown me anything. You haven't shown me that you make the right decisions with this amount of money. Why do I think you can make the right decisions with more money? Not saying that he can't. I'm just saying I don't think it's something you have to talk about out loud, in the public, in the media. It needs to be talked about to the people who are actually writing checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, there is an element every time, and as you were just saying that, Michael, it got me thinking like I was back in like 1987 and I'm listening to one of those Sunday preachers. But if you give me some more money, I can, we can all get to heaven together and all this. And I don't mean to make it sound like Matt Rule's trying to be, and I get what his background is his family background, but there is an element, especially around here, when the fans are already being asked, hey, we had to build the new locker room less than 20 years after they had built the previous locker room.
Yeah.
And now we got to redo the stadium. It does kind of land on deaf ears. It's like, man, you keep asking and asking and asking. When am I going to get something back for this?
ROI. All people want is ROI. I just did a report for the Jet Award Foundation Scholarship, for the Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarship. It's a report. And the key to the report is showing that the students we have in our program are graduating, because that's supposed to be the goal, right? And I can write that up and I can say, look, here, 86% of our students that are in our program are passing math and English, and they're graduating, they're getting a degree, an associate's degree, and they're going to work in the workforce. I can sell that to you. When he's sitting there talking about this, what has been the ROI so far? Back-to-back bowl games? Is that the ROI? Everybody knows the ROI being back-to-back bowl games at Nebraska isn't much. You should be in bed. It's like the whole idea of what do you want, a cookie, right? You're supposed to take care of your kids. You're supposed to do that thing. You're supposed to get to the bowl game. they're just in a tough position. I don't think there's anything they can say or do for the next 3 or 4 months. There's nothing they can say or do until they start winning games. Matter of fact, I don't even know if it matters until week 4 or maybe even week 6.
Yeah.
Maybe
unless
week 6.
Unless the early games are
goes the other way.
than they should be, right?
Yeah. Then you're having conversations about that. And I mean, you can say, look, we've got 3/5 of an offensive line that's new. We got a new quarterback. He's getting in. So maybe they don't come out of the gates. I think they will, by the way, offensively. They don't come out of the gates great. You can excuse that off. But in the end, after you play Maryland, Michigan State, it's on now. That's when people are going to finally be able to say, I'm good with this, or this is horrible. There was a question on Husker Online message board that was kind of funny. It was a little bit more. It was more than just the 8-4, 5-7, or 6-6 thing. It was like 9-3 and big wins, or 5-7 and allows you to say, I told you so. He's not the guy. That was the other choice, which is actually kind of a funny choice, right? Because people want to be right. And sometimes at the expense of their own things or teams or whatever, they want to be right. And so they're willing to say, yeah, heck, go 5-7 because I told you they would go 5-7 or 4-8 or whatever.
This is another example 8-5-7 of the reasons why you just need to stay out of the message board culture.
But that made me laugh though. I got a good laugh with that.
Oh no. I'm saying as fans,
right.
Because then it just leads to you wanting to be the smartest one on the board. Hey, look, I said this guy was going to be a failure, and look what happened.
Yeah, that's true.
know?
Yeah. There are people who will hold on to that forever. They'll hold on to that forever.
They do. They do. And then you get some people who say, "Man, I predicted that one game to go to overtime, and look how smart I am."
Why do you always go back to the overtime Super Bowl thing?
That's the only prediction you got right.
In fairness to me this time, Michael, John brought it up. I didn't bring it up.
I know, but I think I have seen over the years. You just don't know. There's no way to know. There's no way you could have predicted that weird 5-7 season that Frost had. Think about this. Say you're who's the greatest writer of our time? The greatest writer of our time sits down. Right? Stephen King sits down and goes, "I'm going to write the novel of this season."
Mm-hmm.
And he couldn't come close, and he can be as fictional as he wants. So, like last year, there's really no way to say that your starting quarterback is going to go down. You try to avoid even thinking about it. Your starting quarterback goes down. He happens to go down with a backup quarterback who half the fan base is asking to play.
And
half the fan base. He comes in, he gets 2 quick fumbles in that USC game. They lose the USC game. They blow out a bad UCLA team, one of the worst defenses they're going to play all year. And then everybody again is like, "Oh, see, we told you so." You can't predict that he would have. I went back and looked at this. They had 11 3-and-out drives, or 4-and-out because some of them they went for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
Over those last 3 weeks. Again, you're not moving the ball. You're just handing it back over to your defense and saying, "Go out there and play." We're not moving the ball. We're not even moving the ball past the 30. So the punt's putting them already in one or 2 first downs away from getting points. That's what they were doing last year to themselves.
Hey, speaking of quarterbacks, so Michael, we've talked a lot with you recently, and I know that you ended up tweeting some Calandria Sims numbers last week because we had a conversation, I believe, on Monday.
Yeah.
As you now have had a chance to dive into them a bit more, because you sent out some on May 13th and then a little bit more the following day on May 14th in terms of looking at plays of 10 or more yards, in terms of some of the turnover stuff, in terms of the Sim stuff. Yeah, so what when you now have gotten a chance to look at it even more, you were doing fumbles per game. Like what have you discovered in the last week since we last talked about this stuff?
And I don't think it changes my prediction that I made early on where I think this guy is going to put up a lot of yards. He's going to put up a heck of a season. He's going to contend to be in that top 5 of total yards for quarterbacks, maybe even overall. But at the same time, I don't care what he did under Mullen. I understand how good of a quarterback coach Mullen is and everything. When you are loose with the football, you are always loose with the football. It doesn't change. Sam Darnold finally won a Super Bowl, right? He did. He won a Super Bowl. He still was loose with the football. He still put his team in some dangerous situations during the season because of fumbles or turnovers or ending drives because of bad plays on his part. You're just going to be that way. And that's what Calandria is. That's what he's proven to be. It was that way when Tanner Lee got here. Going back to when he was in high school, he turned the ball over. He turned the ball over at Tulane. He turned the ball over here. Calandria's going to turn the ball over. The question is with fumbles, luck rate, right? Can you recover it? That's always a big part of that, and that happens for some teams, and some teams don't. Like 95 Nebraska, recovering all their fumbles. On the other hand, score enough points, score in the red zone, like I've been saying, have successful drives, then maybe that compensates. But for people who say, well, it wasn't as bad when he was at UNLV. Well, it shouldn't have been as bad. He was playing the 120th ranked defense or whatever. You can't. Boise played Boise twice. They were 51, highest rated one. He's going to play 4 top 10 defenses this year. So he as much as he could have gotten better, and he's a year older and everything else. I would have to guess that he's going to stay with his average, about a half a fumble a game.
Yeah, as you were answering that, Michael, I was thinking about fumble luck. They always say fumble luck, good and bad.
Oblong ball.
I would wonder. Most quarterback fumbles. Now I get it. Calandria is going to be more of a mobile quarterback, so there could be fumbles on the run. But a lot of quarterback fumbles are strip sacks. And those feel like more like 75-25 defense recovers, just based on how it happens, the people in proximity to the fumble. And so I wonder, it kind of depends on how the fumbles happen. Are they happening in the pocket? Are they happening when he's being flushed from the pocket? Is it happening when he's on the run? Is it happening in a run play? Because I wonder if a lot of those loose fumbles, if they happen in those traditional quarterback fumble circumstances, I would feel like Nebraska's fumble luck ain't going to be that good this year, because most times defenses get those.
Yeah, I will say this though: when we're talking about fumbles, you have to remember they don't separate the ones that happen. Like Latif had one against USC when he was going out of bounds. Remember that? He's going out of bounds. And he fumbles it. It didn't mean anything. So you're going to have some of those as well that don't mean anything. When you have a mobile quarterback who is willing to bail early, you rarely ever see that guy getting blindsided or whatever. He's already looking to bail. And that's who he is. I think the majority of his fumbles are going to come from the old peanut punch, because a lot of Big Ten teams are really good at that, taking some big hits and just being loose with the ball where he's got it hanging out while he's running. He's not putting it away. Matt Rule talks so much about the 3 or 5 points of contact, depending on what you're talking about. You're in an open field, you're 3 points, you go on in the end zone, you're all of a sudden you're 5 points, right? So if they can drill it in his head, he's got to protect the ball better and keep it in, then maybe he'll avoid some of those. But I think the majority of them, he's not a big guy. He's coming back to a conference with a lot of big people. I don't know if I tweeted this out, but there were 3 games against the 3 best defenses he played when he was at Virginia. I think he got sacked like 15 times in the 3 best teams he played in that season. So how many of those sacks were him standing in a pocket? How many of those trying to make plays, running around? The Virginia team wasn't very good. All that's possible. That's why when we talk about what's most important about this season, we should all start with the offensive line. The offensive line will define where this season goes. Whether they can run the ball when they have to, whether they can score in the red zone, whether he's going to get sacked a lot, whether he's going to have time to make throws and go to a second or third receiver. That's the most important thing. And I do have more confidence in Jeep Wade based off of what I've saw at him with Georgia Tech and what I've been listening to him say, because he's been on a couple different shows. And, good old country boy. I like a good old country boy as an offensive line coach, right? You don't want that guy being your wide receiver coach, I don't think. But you want him being your offensive line coach, I think.
Yeah, I'd love to. What's the total number of starts right now that he's going to have to work with on the offensive line? The total number of snaps played that his offensive line are going to have. Like there's so much experience with that group. Yeah,
it's a ton. Yeah, I remember but this is about maybe 6 years ago or 5 years ago when Farniok was starting. Going in, they had something like 80-something starts between those 5 guys before going into their senior year. It's going to be similar to that. I don't know the exact number. I can look that up, but it's going to be similar to that, because Black started 3 years, right? Did he start 3 years? And now Evans has started 3 years.
Yep.
Richard has started basically 2.5, so a couple of halves and a whole. And I think Bubba Lottie's only got like 1 full year, right? Because he got a partial year because of injury. Yeah. So it's a lot, man. It's a lot. And then snaps, You know who has that? If you go on to I think it's Draft Scout. Draft Scout puts snaps on there for all the guys who are draft eligible, and they'll have their snaps. And they'll have their snaps at different positions. Like if they play tackle and they play guard, they'll have their tackle snaps and their guard snaps.
Interesting.
I was thinking about this morning as I was doing all my number crunching on baseball potentially hosting the a regional.
Mm-hmm.
If Nebraska were to make it back to Omaha and the College World Series, could this be a rowdier crowd than during the heyday?
How come?
Different place, though. It doesn't feel. Does it get as rowdy? It doesn't feel like that place gets as rowdy as Rosenblatt did, just because Rosenblatt was what it was.
Correct. But there is, keep in mind, when Nebraska did this back in the early 2000s, it was coming off of, obviously volleyball success, which still continues, football success. There was kind of, I know it was new and it was very exciting, and Omaha got to host it. But there is such a thirst right now.
That is true.
There is such a thirst right now for these teams to really do well and to do well here at home that I wonder if the Nebraska fan base, and we saw how they traveled down south to Oklahoma City and Houston, this is in their own backyard. There's a part of me that thinks, and I get your point, Michael, about, the stadium certainly does fall into this.
Feels more corporate now.
There might be a bloodlust that we haven't experienced in a long, long time.
We may see it earlier than that. Josh, I know you're the meteorologist in the group. What does Sunday look like? Was it 3:00 game? They be playing championship game against UCLA in Omaha.
I believe that sounds
Is
about
that
right.
about right? It's about 3:00, right? What's the weather going to be like? That could be rocket if Nebraska, gets their win on Friday and makes their way, and it's UCLA, the number one team.
80s.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I mean, that place could be, because you have that opportunity to, obviously people are going to have tickets because they'll buy the packages, but then also to roll in there after Nebraska would win on Saturday and just buy up all those seats. That could be incredible there. That gets a really good team.
That might be like a poor man's, I don't want to say poor man's, maybe that's not the right, but a version of No Sit Sunday, in which, if you remember,
because you feel like it's like you win this and you're hosting. I mean, they might already
They're
have
definitely hosting. Yeah, they win the Big Ten.
and it's all theoretical, but if they were to win the Big Ten tournament and beat UCLA to do it, they would definitely be hosting. You'd have a lot of people talking to them. Hey, they'll be a top 8 seed. They'll be a top 8 seed.
But you want to be there. I thought another thing, the thing that's key in this whole era of being able to watch stuff on TV is to be able to tell everybody you were there for that moment. And when you have a special moment, a potential special moment like that, winning the Big Ten tournament against whether they 1 or 2, whatever UCLA is, I think that's even more of a reason to make sure you go to that game. And if the weather's like you say it's going to be, I don't know why it wouldn't be, 15, 16,000 there for that game.
Yeah,
I was trying to remember what it was like the last couple of years, because if I remember
did they
right,
push 20?
the biggest
Indiana one, right?
Back in 2014. That one was.
I was there for that.
Yeah, that I was as well, and that was, they'd like open up the outfield. But if this group, given that where they rank right now, is able to get that far, I have to imagine it would clear that number, especially if it's a good weather day like it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And you just got to, some people are gonna have stuff scheduled on Sunday, I'm sure, but still you got to pass up to be a part of that. It would be incredible, and I agree with you. I tell everybody, 05, that's probably the peak of me going to Nebraska events in terms of people being hyped. That game, that was Arizona State, Florida. Which one was that? I can't remember which game it was, but whatever. Game,
Arizona State.
Arizona State. Yeah. So that's one with the guy that 3 home runs.
Yeah.
Right. And they shouldn't have pitched him.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have pitched him. So that whole, there were 25,000 inside the stadium. There were 10,000 people outside the stadium waiting to go into the next game. That's how that was. It was incredible because they played a clip of Nebraska hitting the home run to take the lead. They replayed it, and everybody thought it was live, and went crazy because they thought they had just hit another home run.
Wow!
I'm like, we're in commercial break, dude. That's not hitting another home run. But that's how jacked it was out there. It was incredible, the energy, and so it would be like that again. And just being able to get tickets now, it's not as easy. You used to have the way the plan was set up was, you could just go to Hy-Vee and get your book of tickets, and you bring that ticket. You bring your ticket in the morning, and you exchange it for a reserved seat and all that. All that's more complicated now. It's not as easy going down there, and parking is more difficult and everything. So just to go pick up your tickets, I mean.
The secondary market would love that.
Oh, secondary market would kill. Yeah, and that was not huge.
If you got a passionate fan base, like if an Arkansas were also here, or
Nebraska's got to eliminate them in their regional first. So
the potential. Storylines. We need storylines. Got to have storylines. Put Arkansas in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right. Well,
Great chat,
a
Michael.
fella can dream.
Yep.
We have a couple of weeks. What the hell is that?
Is that a Pokemon?
It's a Pokemon. It's on the table here. I don't know what it's for.
With a Pokemon.
My son collects Pokemon. He's been
Children.
collecting Pokemon since he was a kid.
They're not really children anymore. They're
They
young
are
adults.
his. Are they not his
Well,
children?
but they're young
Zorua
adults. They're
is the
young
name of that
adults.
one, by the way.
What's it
Cool,
called?
Nick.
The Gen 5.
Yeah, so he has like all these. He has boxes and boxes of cards and things, and this is sitting on the table for some reason. So, yeah, I just thought I'd show you guys the old Pokemon.
It turns into Zora Arc.
Do
To
what?
who?
A Zora Arc.
Okay.
It's like a werewolf kind of vibe.
All right. Just when I think you can't be geekier, you kill me.
Pokemon is
That's pretty good. Well, I know this. I know this, Nick. The amount of money invested and the amount of money you can make on it, I've never complained about that because I know you get certain cards, man. I've seen stuff for $5,000, $10,000 on some of that stuff. So, look, do what you got to do to make your money.
I had a bunch of first generation Pokemon cards that I got rid of when I was a teenager because I was edgy and it's like I'm too old for this.
I'm not a kid anymore.
Exactly.
I wish I had all my comic books.
I should have kept them.
You should have.
I could have made so much money.
I had so many Claremont X-Men comic books. I had all of them. And got rid of all of it. Yeah.
I wish I would. I wish I wouldn't have played with all my Star Wars figures.
Yeah, leave them in the box. Right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Leave it in the box. Yeah.
But there's no way you would have been able to convince 9-year-old me, hey, you shouldn't be playing with these. You should just hold on to them because they'll be worth a lot of money. Be like, I want to play with these.
Ready for this? John Bishop, Mormons. Leave it in the box.
Wow.
Josh?
What's that called? Isn't it called soaking, right? Soaking?
Soaking.
Yeah. Soaking. I've heard, yeah. Woo. Hello. Didn't have Soaking on my bingo card.
Well, that's all right. I didn't have I like their watermelons on my card.
So here's a little Soaking. You can just turn.
Michael, enjoy the NBA tonight on Peacock.
No. He's got to get back to the severe weather station.
Oh,
to do
okay.
Yeah, I'm not doing any of that. We got food
Thunder
in the oven.
Spurs, Michael. Thunder Spurs.
I don't even. I have. That's in the
weather.
Wemby
That's the
versus
Western.
SBA.
That's the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good.
Who's
series.
in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Knicks and Cavaliers.
The Knicks.
They're going to the NBA Finals, Michael. They're going to win.
Really?
Yeah, they're good.
I thought Detroit was good.
They melted down yesterday against the Cavaliers. They were the 1 seed and they lost by 30 at home.
Would you stop taking away some stuff from my? I mean, I get this is show material for my Eastern Conference podcast.
My bad. John started an Eastern Conference podcast.
I just want to do the Eastern Conference.
I support Bishop. I support Bishop in every way, but I'm not listening to that podcast.
That's all right.
That podcast.
Nobody else is
either. Yeah.
It's the Eastern Conference.
I just started watching Lost again. So I'm 5 episodes into the first season. I'm rewatching Lost. That's what I'm doing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Guys, where are we? You ever watch Lost?
No.
You ever notice how many times they say Jack, Kate? They always scream each other's name constantly. It's
Walt.
We gotta go back. We gotta go back.
God, great show.
I need a new series now. I'm almost done with my Curb rewatch.
Yeah.
Go watch Lost again.
Boys, we started watching The Boys.
Oh, I'm
He's talking about a long show to watch, Nick, not like that. He's watching.
Yeah, and that's it's 5 seasons of The Boys, though, right? 5 seasons.
Yeah.
Probably 25 episodes.
Season 5 right now.
I just watched the first episode of season 5.
I'm a few behind.
Well, this is the finale this week. I'm pretty jacked.
Yeah.
It'll be good. It'll be good.
All right, I'll think of some shows for you, John.
Tonight, I believe we're watching.
What's your show that you always recommend to me, Michael, that I haven't watched? Paradise?
West Wing. Oh, Paradise is a great show.
See, that's the one.
What about Euphoria, John? You might like.
I don't think
Euphoria.
John's a Euphoria
John's
guy.
not a Euphoria guy. I don't think so.
There's boobs in Euphoria.
Well,
John would like that.
So
Isn't there weird?
There's a lot of them. Yes, industry too.
Yes, great show.
So they must have been running like a marathon because it would always be in the guide there on HBO.
Yeah,
and I've been hearing a lot about how Sydney Sweeney is just pretty much everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
The scene I just happened to tune in on
Was it the Godzilla one?
Please,
yes.
it's not. It's what's her name again? I forgot her name on the show.
I have no idea, but
Zendaya, Sydney Sweeney.
But
no, Sydney Sweeney's day. Her name.
She's
character.
She's like walking through as a Godzilla-like character, and she peers in on a guy.
It's Cassie, right?
pleasuring himself.
Wow.
And presses them up against the glass.
Yeah,
All you see
the
is
glass breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah. She said
Is that
she's
from
called
this season?
Cassie. Yeah, Cassie Zilla is what it's called. And they took 6 months to make that entire thing of New York City. Took 6 months to do that for her to walk through that. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I always watch the thing afterwards. They talk about the making of it. That's always good stuff.
All right. Well,
bye, Michael. Have a great
Bye,
day.
watermelons to boobs. We covered it
Michael.
all.
Mm-hmm. We certainly do.
There you go, Nick. There's a tornado.
Oh, look at that. That's a tornado.
Yeah, we've been watching the
stop
Max
saying it's so
Velocity
happy.
show.
Jeez.
Watching all the
That's a
storm
tornado.
chasers.
Ugh. Yeesh.
They're down in Kansas.
Yep. It's pretty wild.
But no warnings for Omaha.
No.
We are going to make it through this show without being disrupted by a warning.
Knock on wood. It hasn't even started raining yet. Where we are at.
It got really windy for like 10 minutes and then it stopped.
Yeah. All right. This is good. You know what else is good?
Content.
That, yes.
We'll have, let's see, coming up in content, we've got
some NBA.
Cool.
We'll actually acknowledge that someone actually won the minor major, but that wasn't the story that made the headlines.
Oh, really?
We'll talk a little football in there and the suddenly hot Phillies. Guess the Phillies did the right thing after all by firing old Rob Thompson.
That guy sucks. That's what I've heard at least.
But you're right, Josh. There is something else that is fun. It is called Underdog. And being a true disciple of Eastern Conference basketball that I am, I'm, of course, focused on tonight's Western Conference game, the inferior conference. Tonight, I have a first quarter prop.
What? Tell me more.
Wemby higher than 6.5 first quarter points.
Okay.
SGA lower than 30.5 total points.
Okay.
And Devin Vassell, ball knowers know Devin Vassell, lower than 20.5 points. That pays me almost 9 times my money. You can do that too when you download the Underdog Fantasy app today. Go to underdogfantasy.com or go to your favorite app store and search Underdog, and you can play it right here in Nebraska. Just pick your favorite players, do a 3-way like I did. You can win many times your money. I could win 9 times my money tonight, and I plan to, because I'm counting on the inferiority of the West.
And because ball, John, you could win up to 9 times your money. The friends could win up to 5,000 times their cash.
That's awesome.
Download the app today. Use our promo code 1620 the zone. You can score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Enjoy the, as John says, inferior Western Conference Finals tonight. Again, the promo code is 1620 the zone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org. All right. I am going to...
look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Chris in Montana checks in. I am on the Mad Men rewatch. John might like that.
Well,
You've watched Mad Men before.
I have, and my wife's actually watching it right now.
Oh, so you're probably watching it via osmosis?
And occasionally it's on in the background when there's nothing else on and I'm working on some things.
When was the last time you watched Better Call Saul?
I just did a rewatch of that. Not that.
We got to
long
get John
ago.
a new show.
Yeah, I don't want to do another rewatch. I want to see something new.
I'll do some thinking. I'll get my thinking cap on. Nick's going to have his reading cap on.
It's not a very good cap.
Yeah, we know.
The Phillies moved to 15-4 under Don Mattingly this weekend, moving above 500 for the first time since they were 6-5.
Oh.
Will this team make a run to the postseason?
It's too soon to tell.
Wow.
Says Mike Farron.
Of course.
Yes, they will, because unfortunately, baseball becoming just like every other sport allows too many teams in the playoffs. The Phillies are on a run right now. I think the National League Central is not going to have everyone finish over 500. Outside of the Dodgers and the Padres, there's really no one else that I think has the look in the West. So as far as getting one of those wild cards, yes, put it on the list. The Phillies are making the playoffs.
Wow.
I will say that they also make the playoffs. They're too talented of a roster
Way
to
too
not make the
talented.
playoffs, right? Like only ball knowers know that. Nick was telling me I don't think so, but that's because Nick doesn't know ball.
They did lose to the Rockies.
Yeah, well, see, that's the other thing about baseball that you're still learning, Nick. Good teams lose to bad teams. A lot. It happens.
does happen.
Really tough look, though.
There's 100.
If they were so good, they wouldn't lose to the dregs.
Interesting.
Aaron Rodgers is officially back,
folks,
for another season in the NFL. Will things go better for him and Mike McCarthy than it did in 2018 when McCarthy was fired in Green Bay?
It will go better than that because McCarthy will not be fired at the end of this season. He will make it through the entire season. Will it go better in that they'll be a successful team and go on a run in the playoffs? Absolutely not. No, he's too old. He's too bad last year. He still has decent.
He's too old. Is Kurt Signetti too old?
No, but he's not on the field running around getting chased by 24-year-old defensive linemen like Jared Verse, a good player. Again, ball knowers.
Oh, you're referring to Rodgers being too old.
Yeah. Oh, you thought I was talking about
I
McCarthy?
thought you were talking about McCarthy.
No.
Sorry.
I'm talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Sorry.
Because look, his arm strength is actually still pretty solid. He can't move though. He can't move, and so no, they're gonna be bad. I look forward to it.
I mean, McCarthy was fired, but how much of that was because he and Favre weren't getting along?
You mean him and Rodgers?
Or he and Rodgers, sorry.
Yeah. That was the other thing. That's again why I don't understand how any of this is going to work. They hated each other's guts.
I think that's a little overplayed. I agree with you in principle.
Hated each other's intestines.
I do think that this marriage isn't going to. It's not going to lead to championships like the Steelers are hoping it will.
No,
but I do think some of the talk of the blow up happening because they hated each other is overblown.
Interesting.
I think there were a lot of other things in play. Namely, it's just Aaron Rodgers being Aaron Rodgers.
But he's a part of this situation still.
He is, but it's not McCarthy's fault.
Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
I believe he will be 43 this season.
I'm looking forward to using the sentence Mike McCarthy was just a patsy many times this year.
Philip Rivers is 44. Jeez. He'll turn 45 in December.
Why are they letting grandfathers quarterback?
Because there is a quarterback development problem that is happening right now in football. They would rather have old men play instead of the young, spry boys.
Speaking of the NFL, Matt Bowen of ESPN tried to find landing spots for the 14 biggest free agents not signed. He has Stephon Diggs going to the Rams. Would we like this move for LA?
I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to have another receiver. I just wonder if Stephon Diggs, he's certainly not the Stephon Diggs he used to be. Is he still usable? Is he still serviceable?
Serviceable, yes.
In
What's up with
that
that
offense,
pink powder he has?
Is he still hanging out with Cardi B?
No, I think they broke up.
Oh.
I think maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not going to answer. Take back my answer.
I mean,
strike it from the record.
According to some people, The Rams already have one troubled wide receiver.
Yeah. What do you mean, according to some people? He went to rehab. That was his decision.
But rehab from what?
I don't know. Anti-Semitism? I don't know what he was doing.
Is there a rehab
I don't
for that?
think he.
I mean,
He was alleged.
I hope so.
But that was proven to be false.
Are you sure? Then why
Yes.
did he go to rehab?
I guess Mr. H kind of went through an anti-Semitism rehab.
No, he killed himself.
It's the joke.
I see. I don't think he's that good anymore. We're talking about Diggs now.
Yeah.
Mike Schaefer still thinks he is for some reason. You didn't respond to our group chat last night when everyone was like checking in on how everyone is doing. John was the only one who avoided it.
Well, that's
Respond to
because
the
I
group
was
chat.
helping Jack with the Lincoln coverage.
You couldn't respond and say, "I good."
Well, but
Be okay.
but I felt
Thumbs up.
like I was being left out because you all were in the warning. I wasn't. There was no tornado
You
warning.
could have driven up to us.
for Lincoln.
Go respond to the group chat and say, "Hey, Shafe, do you still think Diggs is a good receiver?" See what he says. By the way, J-Man writes, John recording the NBA East Boys podcast for Joey and Odson, listening for Celtics Nuggets. And he means Celtics like Nugs is in
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, not Celtics Nuggets. 2 teams eliminated from the playoffs.
The Cleveland Cavaliers blew out the Pistons in Detroit to complete their comeback and now will face the Knicks in the Eastern Finals. Aren't you excited for Cleveland that they could do this without...
Well, that's true, Nick. First conference finals for the Cavaliers in 8 years. 2018 was the last time they made it this far. Good for them. I thought Cleveland was going to suck the rest of my life, and here they are in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, this is actually the subject of tonight's Eastern Conference chat,
The East Boys with a Z.
where our special guest will be Big Jim Harden and other members of the Cavaliers.
Wow, nice get, John.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
A person named Aaron Rye won the minor major. Meanwhile, a fan yelled USA after Rory hit a bad shot as his final round was crumbling. McIlroy told the fan to shut up and probably yelled a curse word his way. Golf.
This is what has become of golf now that we have murdered Liv. It was a nice, normal sport, very genteel sport. And now this actually, believe it or not,
Talking about the Rory thing?
was ahead of Aaron Rye winning the PGA Championship on ESPN's list of headlines.
Whoa.
Because I was actually going in to see, hey, who won that golf tournament?
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing I saw was this Rory flap. And I'm like, oh, where's the PGA? Maybe it's on nope, it wasn't in the center flippy, where the picture and the headline story.
Mm-hmm.
It was further down the list. And you call this a major.
It is. It's literally legally called a major.
Meanwhile, someone just being proud of their country and telling Rory how proud they are of their country.
This isn't a USA versus the world competition. Act like you've been there before. I'm sick of people being jackasses in public all the time.
Yes, you tell Rory.
No, good for you, Rory. Tell that they kicked that fan out of there. Don't act like a jerk.
Real quick, we'll finish up with this one.
Okay.
SNL tapped into the nostalgia market by bringing back Will Ferrell to host and an even older Paul McCartney as a musical guest. Did either of you two old timers watch?
Definitely not. Trying to remember what I was doing on Saturday. I think I was watching Mad Men. Nope. Because the hockey sucked. I was like, I'm throwing on another Mad Men.
The only reason I had remembered that this was on was I was on YouTube, and apparently SNL they do a live stream of the monologue at the beginning.
On what channel?
It's a YouTube channel.
Oh, interesting. That's cool.
And so I watched.
Was it any good?
And they brought out, who was it? The drummer from what band? I can't remember the band, but
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
But he looks like
Flea.
He looks like
the bass player.
He looks like Will Ferrell.
What's his name?
And tried to pound himself off as Will Ferrell.
Mike, I think. Mike something. I don't know.
Stibbs.
And then I had no interest to watch the rest of the show.
Nice.
They've done that Red Hot Chili Peppers drummer Will Ferrell joke a few times on SNL.
That's old.
What? SNL recycling a bunch of stuff because they can't come up with anything new and funny?
Chad Smith. Thank you, Stibbs.
Strange.
A couple comments real fast. Tanner says Suits is good. Have you ever watched Suits?
Is that the one with
never heard of it?
Meghan Markle?
Meghan Markle, yeah.
Yeah, it was a show on USA back in the day.
Oh, but she's one of the royals. I'm not going to like that.
She wasn't when the show was on.
What about The Mentalist, John? You want to watch The Mentalist?
Brent says
or-
watch.
Isn't that a show on regular network
or
TV?
Medium. Why are you turning your nose up at network TV
This
shows?
is bad. Brent says watch The Righteous Gemstones. You've watched that
Oh,
show.
yeah, I've already seen that.
Yeah, it's a good show. All right, I'll keep
We
thinking.
used to talk about that
About
here on the
Eastbound
drum.
and Down.
I've seen that.
Yeah, he's watched all the Danny McBride shows.
I think. Yeah.
Did
I
you watch
have.
Vice Principal?
I
Yeah,
did.
because we had what's his name on it, friend of the Grum. Crap, what was his name? He was in the Dr. Pepper commercials. The guy from Omaha.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was on Vice Principals.
Yeah. No, we watched that.
Hmm.
All right. What's for dinner coming up? 1620 zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Yesterday, we had some delicious steak.
Ooh, what kind? Like as in the cut?
They were ribeyes.
Hell
They
yeah.
were on sale at the store.
The store.
At the store. They were very good.
Some steaks at the store.
I think some potatoes and a salad.
I like those things.
It was delicious. It was all delicious.
What's tonight?
I don't know.
Nice.
I saw ground beef thawing on the. I have a feeling they might be burgers.
Oh, I like burgers. We are having hot Italian beef style sandwiches and fries.
Well, are they hot Italian beef or are they hot Italian beef style?
Style because it is crap.
So they're not really Italian. They're more like
No,
Greek.
I'm trying to think of the
Hawaiian beef sandwiches.
No,
Yes.
I'm trying to think of the way that the beef is, and I can't remember the term for it. Like a roast beef that we're using for it. I don't remember. I'm excited though. Should be good.
We had some bratwurst last night.
Nice.
No free ads. Tonight,
hell yeah, high V.
Stick with me on this.
Yeah.
She asked me what I wanted, and I just want loaded mashed potatoes. We might have another meat. We might have a meat, but I just want loaded mashed potatoes. So hopefully that.
Okay, I do love mashed potatoes. I would want a protein as well.
I mean, we have loaded bacon.
I know.
We made
But
bacon
I would want
yesterday.
something that I could cut with a knife. Another reference or a show recommendation, John, from Brent. What about Severance? That's on Apple, which you have.
You do.
That's a great
We
show.
have to remind you all the
2
time.
seasons. Weird show.
Severance is great.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Love the excitement.
No,
John.
I just.
What about For All Mankind?
Outer space.
Which
Russia
one?
wins the space race.
And it's actually better
of course
for the
you
world.
guys like it because
Here
the
we go.
commies
So
win.
bad.
They win that fight,
and then
but
it
they
helps
don't win
women.
overall.
Yeah, you probably would hate it then.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Have a great night, everybody. Stay safe.